Kim Tae-hoon had experienced the death of many people in his profession. He had killed a lot, and at the same time was threatened with death by many. There were a couple of things he learned in such a terrible life: how to die easily, and how to not die easily. Of course, he never thought that he would use what he had learned in his daily life. Phew! He saw the green monster for the first time in his life in the car goods corner on the first floor of the local supermarket. It suddenly attacked him. He killed the monster that attacked him, using the methods he had learned in his profession. That's crazy. And that was how the story of the first hunter began. Kim Tae-hoon, this year, as of 2016, the 28-year-old man would be 29 years old in just one day, and he visited a large supermarket next to Bucheon City Hall on December 31st, to buy washer fluid. Washer fluid. The reason to drop by was really nothing, like most people at a large supermarket. No one came to the mart to buy great things. Naturally, he was looking around in the auto section. But at some point, the horrible shrieks, key, the screaming, arg arg arg, and the crash sounds, bump, bump, started to burst out in succession. And when he responded to the sound, he turned his head. Dwarf, he thought. It was a green-skinned monster with a height of 140 centimeters. The skinny limbs and the protruding belly reminded him of a third-world child suffering from malnutrition in hunger. But it did not bring out any sympathy. The monster had teeth that looked fiercer than a dog, and the red eyes seemed to have rotten blood. Key. It ran toward him, shrieking loudly. He did not show any sympathy for such a monster. He kicked the body of the monster that had charged toward him as he turned around. The green monster fell on the floor screaming, and he opened the lid of the washer fluid he held and inserted the nozzle into the monster's mouth. The washer fluid entered the monster's stomach and lungs, and he stepped on its chest to prevent it from struggling. Phew! That's crazy. And that was the beginning. By the time the light disappeared from the eyes of the monster under his feet, he looked around. Bam! 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 Like dominoes, there was a deafening roar as the racks fell. Arg! He heard the scream of a woman. Key! Key! He also heard the shriek, probably from another green monster. The scene was clearly visible to his eyes. Oh, my God! It was a scene where dozens of child-sized monsters suddenly appeared, hunting the visitors to the large supermarket. Arg, save me! Monster! Monster! Oh no, help me, please help me! In the face of this absurd sight, he was embarrassed. He had seen humans hunting humans, but he had never seen monsters hunting humans. What awakened his spirit was the sound of a young man wielding a bat at the three green monsters which had surrounded him, wearing a Yankees baseball cap and a baseball jumper in the sporting goods section. Get out! Get out of here, you bastards! His voice was rough, but on the contrary, it was a struggle that Kim was familiar with. It's not the time to be like this. Phew! Kim drew a short breath and immediately looked around. First of all, let's survive. Something came into his eyes, and he started to move immediately without hesitation. At 4:11 p.m. on December 31st, 2016, the last day of 2016 started like that. God damn it! Swish! God damn it! Swish! Get out! Get out of here, you monsters! Swish! Bang Hyun-wook had a height of 183 centimeters and a weight of 90 kilograms. He was a strong man, and he gave the loudest scream he could whenever he swung a baseball bat. Aw! Swish! His action was never wise. Making a sound while swinging a baseball bat with his mouth open was one of his bad habits, and he was well aware of the fact. Due to the habit, he was punished by his coach, a former professional baseball player, and then recorded 77 home runs in the Korean Baseball League. As a result, his bad habits were no longer punished by his coach. King bastards, get out of here. Swish. Now it was here again. sh*t. He was so embarrassed. Where the f*ck did these monsters come from? No, what the f*ck is this? What is it? In his rambling, words that should be swallowed inside popped out of his mouth. Huck, huck. It was only his breathing that stopped more of the words from coming out. It was a natural result because he continuously shouted while swinging the bat with full power. If he found another reason, it would be to lie about running 10 laps of running training on the playground after 7 laps, and then smoking a cigarette that an athlete did not have any business with it. I should have not smoked and trained myself harder. Of course, at this moment, he started to feel regret for his lazy and insincere ways. And he felt faint, even though he was still a young man. The regret he had now is the one people often have before they die. Damn it, am I going to die here? I cannot survive against the monsters that are in sight alone. As I saw a while ago, I will be like that man in his early 30s who was screaming with his neck being bitten by a monster. Get a hold of yourself. It was not the weird cry of the monster that awakened him, but the clear voice. Yes. He was surprised by the voice and turned his head in its direction. The green dwarfs did the same. Key. 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 3 monsters turned their heads in the direction of the voice. Only 2 of them could see the owner of the voice. The reason for the third one was simple: the bottom of the frying pan, which had not even been torn out of its wrapping paper, was flying toward its face. Clank! The frying pan hit its face. Squeak! The monster lost his 2 front teeth without even saying anything and then fell back with a few more teeth flying. Thump! The sudden action of a man who appeared did not stop there. The man stretched his left arm out toward one of the 2 monsters. Chiaik! The paint spray in the man's left hand turned the monster's red eyes and face black at once. Key! The monster waved its arms through the air, screaming at the mysterious attack, before falling on the floor. 2 of the 3 monsters were on the floor, and naturally, the one left was nervous. Key! The remaining one, which now had no numerical advantage, vented out at the man who had suddenly appeared as loudly as it could, crying out with a ferocious voice. This meant it was turning its back on Bang Hyun-wook, who it had been fighting. Attack! Bang immediately moved when the man shouted. Once again, the bat held in his hand divided the air. Crack! And this time, he hit the monster's temple precisely. The batted monster did not even scream, it just shook and hit the floor. After falling down, it only trembled a little. Deep green blood flowed from its nostrils. Ugh! An odd sound burst out of Bang's mouth. It was a mixture of joy when he killed the monster which had tried to kill him, relief for the fact that he was alive, and all kinds of resentment. I said I would kill you, you bastard. I said I would kill you. On the other hand, the man who had suddenly appeared, unlike Bang, calmly proceeded to his next action. Out of the 2 monsters that fell, he sprayed the black paint spray in his left hand into the face of the one which was waking up after the impact of the frying pan. Spray paint was so thick that it drizzled as tears ran down the face of the monster. The monster began to struggle, screaming at this unknown attack. But the bony arms of the monster which could not see anything only flailed in the air and did not pose any threat. The man stomped on the monster's neck. The sound of a vertebra cracking followed. He stomped on it hard several times. His feet stopped after the monster stopped screaming. There. After that, the man called Bang and pointed to one of the remaining monsters with his fingers. Yes. Bang was embarrassed for a moment. Literally, for a moment. Oh, yes. Bang realized the intention of the man and began to hit the last remaining monster with a bat. Crack! Being hammered so hard, the green monster screamed, twisted, and crouched in front of a ruthless attack. The three monsters could not even struggle. The conversation between the two began. "What's your name?" "Bang Hyun-wook, my age is." "I'm Kim Tae-hoon. If you want to follow me, obey me unconditionally." At this moment, Bang was worried for a while. Unconditionally? Obey? Literally, for a moment, his worries were never long. Thud. Arg. Help me. All kinds of noise, the sound of confusion that he had never experienced before, knocked on Bang's eardrums, and his worry disappeared like melting snow. "I'll follow you. Get the baseball bats, gloves, and bags, and follow me." That was the end of their conversation. Ka. The appearance of the monster with the horrible shriek, far more ferocious than the cry of the dwarf monster that he had heard so far, did not allow them any more time. Ka. It was a real monster. The 190 centimeter height, a muscular body with a narrow waist, and a neck that was thicker than the waist of an adult woman were entirely compatible with the word monster. The most monstrous part of all was its face. Its blackened fangs, longer than the fingers of an adult man, and protruding through the thick lips of a very ugly face, were shining with human blood and gore. Ugh! Of course, the monster was not something that a normal adult male, now in his 40s, who had only exercised playing golf online, would normally face and be willing to fight back. It was worth running from. Nevertheless, the reason why the middle-aged man, Park Jae-woon, blocked the monster with the hideous grayish-brown skin, was simple. "Honey, honey. Ah, Dad. Dad." He was standing in front of two women. His wife and daughter were now shedding tears full of despair and fear behind him. So, he wouldn't run in front of them. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The moment he ran away, he would lose something more precious than his life. "Well, don't worry. I'll stop it. I'll stop it." That was why he made a resolution to stand against this monster by using the tennis racket purchased today, as always, for the diet that he had decided to start on the 1st of the year. Everyone could understand why he could not back down. Ka. Of course, the resolution had no meaning to the monster in front of him and his family. His resolution did not give any inspiration to the monster. At this moment, in the monster's eyes, they were just a bit of food to satisfy its hunger. Kara. As soon as the imagination of the monster reached the point where it would fill its mouth with fresh meat, the monster no longer cared. Then, the monster took a step towards him. Poof! Poof! He wielded a tennis racket that he had never swung in his life at the monster. Ah! His cry as he swung the tennis racket, was more like a scream than a cry. His frantic attempts did not do the slightest damage to the body of the monster. But it didn't mean anything. Thanks to his attempts to attract the attention of the monster, Bang Hyun-wook was able to approach the monster without being seen. Bam! He hit the monster's head with a bat. His attack was powerful. Arg! He shouted out at the vibration that fed back into his hands. His hit was strong enough that ordinary people would have fallen over, their skulls broken. Ka. However, the monster was not an ordinary person. Its thick neck did not shake, and its hard skull was not cracked. The strike just got it angry. So it turned around, opened its mouth wide to the attack, and screamed. Ka. Not just screaming, but the strongest threat it could pose. Ha! Fear, it was fear. The fear pinched his whole body at once. What? The feeling of an invisible chain tied all over him. He felt like an invisible hand had grabbed his heart. The eerie feeling stopped him from moving, and the monster did not hurry as it saw him freeze. It studied at him with its red eyes, and it saw the characteristics of the animal that had attacked it. It was the look of a predator looking at its prey. The heck? He was scared and angry at the same time. King monster. It was scary. But on the contrary, the fact that he would be eaten alive while being treated like a prey made him angry beyond his fear. The anger stimulated the power in his body. The wriggling that started in his body rose like a fountain at once. It passed through his chest, starting from his stomach, and shook off what was holding his heart and immediately rose up his throat and burst out of his mouth. Ah! Just like that, a scream came out of his mouth, a cry that sounded similar to what the monster had just done a moment ago. He could feel a weird power in his body, and a strange warmth, similar to that of coming out of the sauna. His eyes also changed. They were now tingling, with an odd haze around them. Ka. It was at that moment that the monster stopped moving. The expression of its eyes changed. They were not the eyes of a predator looking at its prey, but the eyes of a beast looking at a beast. As a beast was in front of the beast, the monster was wary now in front of Bang, and it focused all its attention on him. It was at that moment that Kim Tae-hoon moved. He came in behind the monster who was wary at the threat in front of it. His presence was so faint. Even Park, who was able to watch Kim approaching the monster, did not notice his appearance and existence until Kim wrapped its neck 3 times with the fishing line, using both hands behind the monster's back. In addition, Kim's skill at wrapping the monster's neck using fishing line was also very smooth. It was by no means a lucky trick. It was a level of skill that could only be demonstrated by those who had practiced hundreds or thousands of times, and who had experienced at least 100 real fights. The fishing line went taut when Kim, who was wearing baseball gloves, heaved back. Ugh ugh ugh. The monster began to scratch its neck reflexively, trying to cut away the binding on its neck. But the fishing line that was digging in was not easily scratched or cut off with its short nails. Above all, Kim did not even give a little chance to the monster. He pulled the line, and with his right foot hit the back of its right knee, and the back of the hamstring. The tree-like monster was forced to kneel down after the attack on the hamstring, and as soon as the monster put its knee on the floor, he pulled it back. Cuck. The ceiling came into the eyes of the monster, which made a gagging sound. Do it! Kim shouted, and the tingling with the haze around the eyes of Bang disappeared like snow. Yes. Bang carried out Kim's order. He took something out of the bag on his back. It was engine oil. He opened the lid quickly and immediately put the snout of the engine oil into the monster's mouth. At that moment, Kim loosened the fishing line that he was yanking back. The monster, which was struggling to suck in more air to live, inhaled at that moment. Cuck. A mouthful of engine oil. Cuck. 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 The engine oil was immediately sucked into its stomach and lungs. Cuck. At that moment it felt a burst of disgust, burning heart, an instinctive sense of crisis. Of course, its instincts screamed at it to pull it out. Kim's instincts also said, "I'll never let you go." He pulled the line tight again so that the monster could not spit anything out. He was naturally faithful to his instincts, and the line was tight again, and it began to tremble as if its power to rebel had disappeared. That's how time passed. 1 second piled up and became 10 seconds, and when the time reached a minute, the light vanished from the monster's eyes, and there was no sign of any further movement. I think it's dead now. Bang's hand, which was guarding the monster with a baseball bat, began to relax. But even in his words, the tightness of the fishing line that was holding its neck was not eased. Big brother? Big brother? I think it's dead now. Bang narrowed the distance with Kim as if he thought that Kim did not hear his words. Of course, the distance to the monster also narrowed. Bang sat with his butt on the floor, and the distance from the sagging monster was narrowed enough to touch one another when they reached out their arms. Ka. It reached out with its hand and grabbed his neck as it screamed out its last word. Ah. From his mouth, the sound similar to what the monster spit out a while ago came out. Fortunately, that was it. The power of its grip on Bang's neck quickly drained away, and at some point, it was no longer able to threaten anything. 30 seconds later, the tautness of the line that had been wrapped around its neck eased. Kim, who was now free, said to Bang as he removed the monster, "I judge whether it's dead or alive, not you." "Yes, yes." Bang reflexively replied, rubbing his neck where it had grabbed him. However, Kim's eyes were not directed toward Bang. He looked down at Park, who was shaking while sitting on the floor. "You're the cleaner now. From now on, your role is a cleaner, dealing with what falls on the floor. If there's anything on the floor, it's your job to kill it until it dies." Kim finished speaking and rose from his crouching. Then he found an escalator heading to the second floor of the large supermarket. The food corner on the second floor of the large supermarket. Arg. This place where visitors were greeted with various kinds of food, was now a battlefield filled with screams, monsters, and blood. "Surround that goblin. Surround it." Clang clang. 4 men rushed toward the 3 goblins, dwarf monsters with green skin. The only common feature of the 4 men, who were all different in age, attire, and shape, was that they each had a crude spear made of a knife, curtain rod, and insulated tape. The 4 men used the long reach of the spears, to stab the goblins' bellies and eyes. The goblins screamed, and one of them slipped to the floor and fell. As soon as the goblins fell, a baseball bat suddenly hit its head like an axe. The baseball bat crushed the goblin's head like clay, and the goblin went limp on the floor, spilling blood from its eyes, nose, and mouth. "Ah-cha!" Bang Hyun-wook, the owner of the baseball bat, screamed out, rushing straight towards the goblin in front of him. The goblin's face was cracked in half. The bat had smashed it precisely between its nose and the brow, and of course, the 2 red eyes of the goblins near it were not safe either. The eyeballs had burst like eggs. But the pain and despair never made it scream. Instant death. All the goblin could do was to shiver like a dead body. "I am full of energy." Bang was sure at this moment. "If I'm in this condition, I could hit a home run in the major leagues." The strange power that started from his stomach and flowed to the ends of his arms was not an illusion. The conviction was charged with courage. "Come on! Come on!" He cried out loudly as if he hoped all the monsters in the food corner on the second floor of the basement would find him and come to him. But there was no monster coming toward him. Hammer. The last monster on the second basement floor, a monster called an orc, with gray-brown skin and nearly 2 meters tall, was just dead. The cause of its death was a traffic accident. The fork of a forklift was pierced through its chest, and stuck in a wall, leaving it hanging there. Kim Tae-hoon, the perpetrator of the terrible accident, came down from the forklift, and at the same time he pulled out the smartphone he had in his pocket. At that moment, the lights that lit the second floor turned off at the same time with a bizarre sound. What? I can't see anything. During the confusion that followed, the light emitted by the smartphone revealed Kim's face. His expression was not good. No communication. No communication at all. It was a factor that caused him to turn on another warning light in his head. The end of a battle was always bleak. There was no cheering. The sense of relief of being alive took away the power of the whole body, the power to spit out gossip or even complaints. At the same time, the fatigue that has not been recognized in the extreme situation was doubled. Pain also came with fatigue. There was no difference between the 102 survivors who lived through the death fight against the monsters on the second floor of the large supermarket. Everyone just sat down on the floor. Some of them sat back against the shelves, or simply fell asleep lying on the floor, stunned. The emergency lights that began to come on as the emergency generator started to operate prompted them to sleep even faster. If there was no light at all, they would not fall asleep in fear, but this gentle light gave them relief. There was one more element of relief here. Fire shutters. The sense of relief from the fire shutters that completely blocked all the entrances and exits on the second basement floor was incredible. Only one person did not relax. The monsters suddenly appeared. Kim was not relieved, even the battle was over. On the contrary, now he was much more nervous than the moment he had first met the dwarf monster, which he called a goblin for his convenience. Once the battle began, he did not put any elements other than fighting in his mind. They could be considered after the battle. In other words, after the battle was over, he began to consider the elements outside the battle. Now he realized something. The monsters suddenly appeared. The appearance of monsters, obviously, was an event outside common sense. However, there were factors other than common sense that were important. If they had come through the second floor or the first floor, at least I would have felt them first. The monsters appeared suddenly. There were two ways to enter this large supermarket where he was. One way was to come through the ground floor, and the other way was through the subway station connected to the second basement floor. If the monsters came in from outside, those on the first basement floor in between should have noticed the emergence of the monsters before encountering them. But no one noticed them, and even he did not notice them. Even though I took a year off, I am on active duty. If his senses were so dull that he could not see the monsters coming to the first basement floor through the ground floor or from the second basement floor, he would have been retired from active duty. It's obvious I didn't see anything. These monsters didn't come from the road. They came out of nowhere. Monsters appeared without any restrictions on space. It is useless to build a wall, and it is useless to hide in a bunker. The worst situations that could be assumed in his mind began to pass by quickly. It could be worse than the worst. He felt chills run down his spine as his imagination took hold. Big Brother. Bang stopped Kim's imagination. The appearance of Bang, who had taken off his baseball jumper and baseball cap, was quite different from what Kim first saw. First of all, his hair was very short and was close to being shaved. His appearance was unexpectedly naive, and the big eyes reminded him of deer eyes. He was fairly big, as he unzipped his jumper. It was a feeling of well-grown rather than simply overgrown. I brought the coffee you had asked for. When Bang handed the canned coffee in his hands to Kim, Kim noticed that he did not take off his bloody batting gloves. He put down the coffee that he had received on the floor. He was going to take off his gloves and drink some coffee. Bang sat down in front of Kim and said, "Big Brother, do you know what's going on?" Looking at Bang asking the most curious question, Kim said while taking off his left-handed gloves, "If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have been here today." "Huh, I see." Bang, who laughed awkwardly, gave a long sigh and said again, "A lot of people died. A lot of dash. There are 102 survivors. Considering the number of customers who visited this large supermarket at the end of the year, it was not a small number but a terrible number. Not everyone died, of course, most of them ran away the moment the incident broke out, through the subway station on the second basement floor, or through countless exits on the ground floor. But even considering that, the number of dead people was high. Right now, the number of people who had been killed on the second floor was as high as that of the survivors, with more than 100 dead. It was a huge number. Even in a severe accident, it was unusual for more than 100 people to die. They died because they didn't fight. However, Kim did not have a big question about this terrible fact. Regardless of the number of monsters that appeared, only a handful of people fought back against monsters until he took part. Naturally, this was the result. It was like that. 100 adult men, armed with a knife or a baseball bat, might be able to kill a lion even if a few people died. But if they ran away, they would never kill a lion. Moreover, goblins and orcs were not simple beasts. They were gathering in groups. They formed packs and cooperate. They were like wolves, hyenas, and humans. In addition, the efficiency of herd hunting was great, and the history of none other than the humans who survived showed why. Kim was the main factor why 102 people survived. If it had not been for him, they wouldn't have been able to kill goblins or orcs on the second basement floor. Is that so? Bang did not understand Kim's words directly, only vaguely. It was clear that he survived because he fought without running away, and it was obvious that if Kim had not been there, the damage would have been even greater. Anyway, what will happen in the future? Or should we stay here? This is a food section, so if we're going to stay here, we can hold on. If the fire shutter had not kept us on the ground floor, it would have been terrible. At Bang's question, Kim took off the gloves in his right hand, instead of answering. At that moment, he could see a black mark engraved on the back of his right hand, a mark that reminded him of the sun, as if it were blazing. This? He found the mark of an awakener. The second floor of the large supermarket, where a storm of blood and fury had finally passed, was quiet. The moment the tension was released, the fatigue came, and in the end, sleep followed. Some people slept without even knowing it, and some were so tired that they could not sleep, so they drank themselves unconscious. By the time the large supermarket was filled with the sounds of sleeping people, Kim Tae-hoon was enjoying his coffee in the farthest from sleep. Savoring his coffee was really good. He breathed slowly through his nose after filling his mouth with lukewarm coffee, and he was different from those who simply drank coffee for the caffeine. It was his only hobby. He always drank coffee before and after a fight. He prepared for the battle or organized the battle drinking coffee. It was not different now. 8 people, including survivors and dead, had a mark similar to that on my hand. He immediately found those who had the same marks as himself after confirming the mark on his hand. He checked the back of their hands with a glance. Including him, there was a total of 9, 5 men and 4 women, not found on young children, or on the elderly. Of course, there were not many things that could be sure, as there were still few samples. Some of them, not all of them, and the marks of Bang Hyun-wook's and my own are similar, but not the same. This mark seemed to be as individual as fingerprints. If it's like a fingerprint, it's a mark that represents individual characteristics. But why does it happen to only some people, not all of them? Or is it an ominous sign? Is it an augmentation or a disease? It was Bang who solved the worries of Kim. Now, as if his body was cold, he wrapped up in his baseball jumper again, approached Kim cautiously, tapping his right hand with his left, and said, "Big brother, I've got a picture." "What?" "This is the stats, our stats." Bang showed Kim a picture taken with his smartphone camera. The photo, which was taken with a screen-filled close-up of his hand, was accompanied by translucent characters that he had not seen before. Basic abilities. Strength, 16. Health, 13. Special abilities. Energy, D rank. Defense, F rank. Achieved abilities. None. When Kim saw this, he did not say anything. Snap. He took a shot of his hand with the camera, and immediately checked the picture. Basic abilities. Strength, 19. Health, 21. Special abilities. Energy, F rank. Mana, F rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, F rank. Mana resistance, F rank. Achieved abilities. None. Bang, who confirmed Kim's ability, looked surprised. "Big brother, are you a psychic?" "The level of the rank is different. A rank is the best rank, right?" However, Kim did not respond to such a reaction. He immediately started thinking with his coffee in his mouth while savoring the fragrance. It's like a game system. It was not hard to understand. It was a system of abilities that anyone could see in the game. The meaning of strength and health was not worth worrying about. What he had to worry about was energy and telekinesis, which were 2 kinds of abilities classified as special abilities. Is energy like the chi of martial arts novels? Given the circumstances, energy was likely to be the same as the chi in martial arts novels. Mana was not different. It would be the fuel needed to use magic, or something like that. Telekinesis was the easiest to understand. It was the most easily recognized psychic ability of novels, movies, and comics to the public. Do I have this telekinesis? The problem was that he now had such an ability showing on his hand. He was able to make something clear. It can't be all true, he had no ability to use telekinesis. I've never had telekinesis at a rank. I can't even guess what it is, or how powerful it is. Of course, it is a new ability. The world has changed, and I have also changed. At the same time, as the world changed, monsters appeared, and humans sought to change to fight against them. To sum up, the mark on the back of his hand was a sign indicating those who succeeded in changing to adapt to the monster era. An awakener, it is a mark of an awakener. It was not wrong at this time to say such a thing would sound ridiculous, impossible. But as soon as the monsters appeared, existing reason and providence were instantly invalid. Therefore, he ruled out the old reality. He abandoned the values of being realistic. What mattered was whether the ability was real or not. And Bang Hyun-wook, have you ever used energy? If it was real, how could it be used? I might have used it. And Bang already knew how to use this mysterious energy. Wait a minute. After answering, Bang disappeared somewhere and soon brought back 2 apples. One of them was thrown straight at Kim, and the other one was held in both his hands. Frack. Bang cut it in half. Not a bad grip, mused Kim. Bang, who showed off his wonderful grip, looked at Kim after dropping the split apple on the floor. Kim threw the apple he had just received. Bang grabbed the apple with his right hand in the air like a baseball player and grabbed the apple as it was. Smash! Bang's hand began to crush the apple like a paper ball. The glitter of Kim's eyes changed. I thought it was an illusion at first, but I had a clear hand mark on the handle of my baseball bat, and I felt it. It's not an illusion, it's like the ability of a real hero. What kind of power? I mean, I feel something wriggling in my stomach. Kim carefully focused on his stomach. There is something in my stomach. I'm sure. He felt something existed as Bang said. It feels like an eel. However, unlike Bang's explanation, the size of the power Kim felt in his stomach was more like a loach than an eel. I guess it's the difference in the rank of ability. Bang's energy rank was D, while Kim's energy rank was F. So, of course, there was a difference. At that moment, Kim's eyes turned to a piece of apple that Bang had split in half a little while ago. Telekinesis. Everyone might have had the experience during their young school days, the experience of spending a lot of time thinking about moving something while looking at it with the idea that he might have some kind of telekinesis. But now, Kim did something embarrassing even at a young age. He looked at the apple and thought about moving it. He tried to move the apple and wanted to crush it. Smash! The apple began to crumble like tissue paper. The apple was crushed to the size of a table tennis ball. His eyes grew wide. His expression was more surprised than anything that had happened in the last 10 years of his life. Ha! It was amazing. It was so surprising. His heart was pounding at this nonsense. Just thinking, just by thought, I grabbed the apple with the intent to crush it, and I mashed it down to the size of a ping-pong ball. This power, this is dangerous. He was not drunk. He has learned through his life that when he was drunk, he couldn't think straight. He was annoyed to find a more important thing while ignoring his excitement and soon found it. The important thing is, finding a way to raise the figures and rankings of my abilities. What was the most important point now? It's like a game. Here, he interpreted all of this situation as a game. What if this was a game? Many hypotheses came to his mind. He came up with a way to test the hypotheses right away. One of the biggest features of games is that when I fight a monster, I get experience value in items. In his eyes, the dead bodies of the monsters came in. He got up from his seat. Bang Hyun-wook. Yes. Take the monster body and follow me. Yes. Bang blinked his big deer-like eyes at the unexpected command. You want me to follow you with the monster body? Why do I have to handle that hard, annoying, bloody thing? But his embarrassment was short. Since their first meeting, he did not have the will to ask why Kim ordered things. At least here, he did not have any doubts about Kim's orders. Well, isn't it heavy? How can I carry it? There was only one thing to think about, but he needed to know what the difficulties were when he tried to execute Kim's command. Put it in a shopping cart. Ah. Where do I need to carry it? Kim turned his head before answering and looked around. What he should do from now on was not something that could be done in front of everyone. But it was necessary to have specialized tools. Fortunately, there was something he needed on the second floor of the large-scale mart. His eyes stopped right there. The meat section. Yes. Bring it to the meat section. The monster body to the meat section. Huck. Bang realized Kim's intention, and his face turned pale. The monsters appeared at 4 p.m. and a fierce battle for survival began. The battle was over at 5 p.m., and the survivors were sleeping due to the fatigue and pain they were suffering. At 10 p.m. Ugh. The survivors began to open their eyes, one by one. It was not, of course, that their eyes were open in a good or restful mood. For the first time in their life, they had fought a life-or-death battle. But the fatigue caused by the battle could not be released by only 3 or 4 hours of sleeping all curled up, consumed and struggling to survive in the gap between life and death. Nevertheless, they woke up because they reached their limits. Has the rescue team not arrived yet? Why the hell are our smartphones not working? Why are we like this? We pay the monthly fee for communication. How long should we stay here? What happened out there? The worries and concerns about their current situation interfered with sleeping anymore, and as always, their disturbances woke up those still trying to sleep. What are you doing there? What? Why are you raising the fire shutter? The starting point of the disturbance was in front of the fire shutter that blocked the escalator down to the first floor. There were 4 men in front of the fire shutter. Park Jae-woon was frightened and shouted at the men, at a similar age. The 4 people who seemed to be friends were alert to their surroundings and trying to lift the fire shutter. What are you doing, you idiots? What if there is a monster there? Park's reaction was intense. To him, the first floor was hell. It was mere hours ago that he had experienced a desperate thing that would be a trauma for the rest of his life. In fact, he was worried and concerned while looking at the fire shutters blocking off the first floor whenever he was awake. He was worried that monsters would appear through the fire shutters, threaten his wife and daughter again, and whether he should stop them again. Now, 4 of them were trying to lift the fire shutters. His cry to stop them was full of sincerity. Naturally, the cry caught the attention of the crowd. What is it? What's going on? Oh, is the rescue team here? I don't think it's a rescue team. 1 or 2, who were still tired, walked to a place where they could see the fire shutters. The disturbed atmosphere began to spread across the floor. F***ck, one of the 4 men, who caught the mood, hurled a curse. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? The others showed a very nervous and sharp reaction towards the gaze of the crowd. It was not difficult to figure out why. Isn't that a MacBook? An iPad? There were a lot of unwrapped Apple products in plastic bags around the 4 of them. Theft. During all this chaos, the 4 of them were going to run away with the most expensive things here. They were caught stealing, and their reaction was not subtle. *T, don't you turn your eyes. Hey! Eventually, one of them, the biggest and most bulky man, strode toward Park. Without any warning, he pushed both of his shoulders strongly. Ouch! Park could not withstand the brute force and fell back. Honey! His wife screamed at her husband falling down, and her daughter, who was sleeping in her arms, began to rub her eyes with her small hands at the disturbance. "What's wrong with Park, who fell, rose up straight to try conversation. But as soon as he got up, the big man pushed Park once again. Harder than before. Harder than a push, so hard that calling it a slap was more appropriate. Huck. Park fell back to the floor with a breathless sound. Ha! It's a fight. The cluttered atmosphere quickly became fragmented with uncertainty, different from the sense of silence before. What do we do? Should we stop them? If we get involved and get hurt? The silence was full of fear. The four men glared around in the harsh atmosphere. Their eyes glistened with murderous spirit. They were not bluffing. They had seen blood, and not once or twice. They had stabbed a living monster with a knife, chopped down a lump of flesh with an axe, and swung a baseball bat to break a monster's skull. It was enough for a person to learn the murderous spirit. Did you see it? Did you see it? It's really Ked. Don't you take off your eyes from us. Of course, none of the people in the crowd who were overwhelmed by that look could say, "Stealing is wrong," to them. What the *ck are you talking about, man? In front of the calmed crowd, the four's murderous spirit and hostility naturally shot toward Park and his family. Dozens of people nearby became docile bystanders. "I'm sorry, sorry." "What are you sorry about?" "Ha. Ha. I'm sorry." "What? Tell me loud what you did." As soon as the spectators became the audience, the four men began to burn like angry fires. It was a hunch. They were predators here, on the second floor, a closed space. What they saw around them was not something that could threaten them, but something they could trample on. "Hey, man! Get up! Get up!" There was no let up. Whack! When Park was about to get up, a man with a slim figure behind him kicked him like a soccer ball. Arg! Park tried to get up, but he fell back to the floor with a scream. "Daddy!" His daughter, who had finally opened her eyes, gave the biggest scream that she could from her young throat. "Daddy!" One of the men saw Park's daughter and wife, smiled and headed toward the woman, a knife flashing in his hand. "Oh, no. No." Park, who fell on the floor, saw that and threw himself toward the man approaching his wife and daughter. He threw himself forward and clung to the man's left leg. Air. Air. Suddenly, the man who saw Park clinging to his leg was scared. Park's actions were the only desperate thing he could do, but the guy was different. "Get off me! Get off me! Kill him!" It was more than a threat to himself. He had seen a lot already, how easily a human died. Of course, the remaining three people, except the man who was holding the leg, set out to take off Park. "Let go of me! Let go of me, if you don't want to die. Just kill him." The men kicked and trampled Park. Huck, huck. Every time they did that, a harsh breath came out of Park's mouth. What do we do? Someone should come and stop them. The crowd just watched the process with the frightened, disgusting expression. Dad! Dad! In such a situation, Park's wife covered her crying daughter's face with her body, in order not to show something she did not want her daughter to see. Terrible things started to fill the second floor and the horror was no different from when the monsters around. Stop it, you bastards! Finally, a woman came out. A woman wearing a thick jumper, with impressive freckles around her nose, shouted out with a loud voice. Oh, someone else? One of the men looked at the woman with a grim expression. The woman, without fear of him, shouted with malice in her eyes, if you're going to steal, be quiet and take off like a thief. Don't bother someone who isn't worth it. At the cry of the woman, one of the men, spitting on the floor, strode toward her. The woman put her right hand on a knife, a hand engraved with a mark. The man stopped walking. The other three also stopped. A knife, it's a knife. She is a crazy B***tch, kill her. Kill her. There was a strong reaction, but no violent action was taken. They'd already experienced how threatening a knife was. There was plenty of evidence. The blood stains around them, the pools of blood, all were evidence of the danger of a blade. If there was a monster body, it would be more definite evidence. Unfortunately, however, there was nobody that could clearly convey that emotion at the moment. Stop all of them, a man spat this out. The four of you, if you move, I will kill you. The man who appeared in a bloody plastic apron took care of all the monsters. Kim Tae-hoon returned. If you move, I'll kill you. After the warning, Kim Tae-hoon slowly took off his plastic apron. The green blood on the apron, dripping as it hit the floor, sounded creepier than ever. Big brother. Bang Hyun-wook showed up after Kim dropped the apron he had taken off on the floor. When Bang appeared, the surrounding area of people, again grew silent. But this silence was different from the previous time. There was a sense of pressure incomparable to before. As if they had made a promise, the four men swallowed together. He is the monster, the four men were not free from this pressure. They froze as they saw Kim, and they remembered what he had done. What do we do? If it hadn't been for that damned bastard, we'd have fled. Kim had appeared when they had been struggling and shouting against an orc on the second floor, and he had killed the orc with the axe he was holding. Quickly he had sprinkled something on the orc's eyeballs after splitting its head with an axe, and then had poured lighter oil on the head of the orc, which was rubbing its dark eyes with a shrill cry, and then had lit it. The four were sure of one thing, things were going from bad to worse. What do we do? Should we just ask for forgiveness? **T, should we have just fled? Three of them were waffling, unsure of what to do. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me, you bastard. Unlike his colleagues, the big man revealed his hostility to Kim. It was proof that he was quite a strong man, with fighting spirit and courage. However, Kim did not hesitate. He used his telekinesis to grab the neck of the big man and then lifted the man up. A scene that could not be understood by normal reason unfolded. Huck. What? Go, ghost. The three remaining men, stunned, sat down on the floor in horror, knowing their friend had become a victim. Kim lifted the man up 3 meters high and then released his telekinesis. There was a gruesome sound, like a corpse falling to the floor. The silence spread again, and now beyond the harshness and the pressure was horror. Everyone looked at Kim with a deathbed face, and he looked at the remaining 3 people before the eyes of the crowd. From now on, the 4 of you have no right to speak in anything. If you have a complaint, spit it out, right here, right now. 3 of them shook their heads, their mouths tight. Kim did not give them any more attention. Kim confirmed that Park Jae-woon was with his family, and Kim turned to the watch on his left wrist. After checking the time, he said quietly to everyone, "It's 22:33, but I'm going to start reporting on the current situation from now on. Our current location is on the 2nd floor of a large mart, an emergency generator is operating normally, and communication using smartphones and radios is impossible. No attempted contact with rescue teams or external survivors has been successful." He took a sip of canned coffee. His tasting was not brief, but no one asked him or complained about it. He resumed speaking after savoring coffee to the end calmly. "Based on the circumstances, we are in a bad situation, and this area is not as safe as we think." Some of them immediately doubted his judgment. "Dangerous? Isn't it safe here?" It had been about 7 hours since the monster raid. The heat of the battle was now sufficiently turned off, and instead, there were only the aftereffects of the battle. Naturally, the survivors did not want to do anything anymore. They just wanted to wait here until the rescue team or the army came to their safe place and rescued them. By the common sense of these people, the second floor of the large mart was safer than anywhere else. This was mainly because of the fire shutters, making it impossible for outsiders to come in without warning, and the food was very abundant, with enough food and drinking water to last the survivors half a year. The main problem was that there was limited space for washing their body or urinating, but it was not reasonable to seriously worry about that problem in a world where monsters were going crazy. However, Kim said that the space which everyone judged safe, was dangerous. Once the incident occurred, not one outsider, including the rescue team, has come here, even though it had been more than 6 hours. The crowd still looked suspicious at this explanation. The first thing survivors do when social infrastructure collapses is to secure food. If the route to this place had been secured to some extent, someone would have come here, if not a rescue team, then for ramen, or to loot an iPad. At the end of his last words, 3 men who kept their mouths shut trembled. He once again enjoyed his coffee. Again, a short time of savoring passed, and the crowd began to get anxious during that time. He's right, if it had been really safe. I'm sure someone would have come here. Yes, if it had been safe. I'd have come here already to get a drink. At the end of the thought, the moment everyone realized that his words were not wrong, everyone's face was white. The air grew tense. He confirmed the tension and swallowed his coffee. And the situation is quite different from what we have seen or have assumed. He showed the back of his right hand to everyone with his words. The crowd opened their eyes wide at seeing the mark of the burning sun. With the appearance of the monster, some of you have a similar mark on your right hand. People reflexively checked the back of their hands. The minority was surprised. One of them spoke up for the first time, "What is this?" The woman with freckles on her face asked about it. She was the woman who came out to save Park Jae-woon. She had a mark on the back of her hand. It's called the mark of an awakener. An awakener? I couldn't think of any other expressions, so I'm saying it, and I'm sure the people with these marks have a mysterious ability. He did not show what his mysterious ability was. He didn't have to. It didn't have to be. It was enough to explain, and he looked at the big man laying on the floor like a dead man. For reference, the mark of an awakener can be decoded by taking a picture. If you take a picture with your smartphone, the mark will be printed out, and it is similar to a game ability window, he continued on. There are 3 major types of abilities, and it's simple to raise your stats. You just cut out the heart of a monster, acquire a jewel in it, and then eat it as it is. With that word, he held out his palm. As if waiting, Bang also quickly pulled out a thumbnail-sized red jewel from his pocket and put it on Kim's palm. Kim put the jewel in his mouth and swallowed it. Everyone stared at him. Now my strength is up. The crowd looked blank at his explanation. It was not a realistic story. However, Kim continued his explanation without any concern. Note that the jewel obtained from a monster can also be valued by taking a smartphone photo. Kim pulled out his smartphone and showed the picture he had taken. The close-up of the red jewel he had eaten a while ago showed clear characters that were not seen before the jewel was taken a picture. Crystal of Orc. A small amount of strength increase when ingested. This is all the information I have now. The information Kim prepared after butchering the monster bodies in the meat department was not easy to get. This is all I have now, from dissecting of the monster's body after the battle with the monster. It was not easy to butcher dozens of monster bodies. The public would not be able to butcher a monster even if they were given a day. It was valuable information that only Kim and Bang knew about. Kim told everyone what he had learned. In fact, the crowd was grateful to him, but at the same time, some doubted his intention. Why are you telling us this? They gave him thanks, but Kim did not have the obligation to inform others about this. Was Kim armed with a spirit of sacrifice and service? There was not one person who had known Kim for more than a day, but everyone could assert that he was not a human being full of sacrifice and service spirit. He was never that kind of person. And it was true. He did not tell them to show off his kindness and generous spirit. The world has changed, and monsters have emerged. If awakeners are to fight the monsters, it means it's not a one-time, single event. He had realized that before anyone else. If you want to survive this unspecified change, you must be selfish, and wisely selfish. From now on, mankind must fight the monsters. In such a situation, it was meaningless and worthless to monopolize this basic information. The more survivors, the more favorable it was for him. Most of the adult Korean men who survived had experienced military service. It would not be impressive giving them an axe or a knife, but if he could give them a gun, the story would be different. The price has already been paid because we ate all the monster stones. Most of all, he had already collected the information fee. He shared the monster stones from the hearts of the monsters with Bang. They ate them all, so there would be no fee for the information. It was a kind of give and take. Do you have any complaints? All of the giving and receiving was done under the unilateral leadership of Kim. I take it there is no complaint. The crowd could guess what it meant to be wisely selfish. The last thing I know is that this is an unproven hypothesis, but the monsters appeared without any space constraints as if they came out of nowhere. The reason for this hypothesis is. He stopped talking, and his eyes changed. While everyone was opening their eyes wide at the change in him, he threw back the coffee in his hand. He immediately shouted after injecting caffeine into his stomach, not even tasting it, "Get away from those doors." Bang! As soon as he cried out, the fire shutters, which were blocking between the second and the first floors, exploded like bombs. Ka! Beyond the fire shutters that had been blown away, a fierce cry that could not be compared with anything earlier burst out. Soon after, the owner of the fierce cry appeared. Oh, my God, it was an orc, over 2 meters tall and black skin. Kim Tae-hoon obtained a lot of information from the monsters' bodies, and he gave the survivors the information he had obtained. But he didn't give them all the information. There was something he hadn't told the other survivors. It was that he had tested his own telekinetic ability against the monster bodies he had dissected. The power of telekinesis he wielded was not limited to the level of being able to lift a big man up by the neck. If he had really wanted to kill the man, he could have twisted his neck 180 degrees on the spot. Now he showed this as an act, not just words. Bang! The black orc, which was moving to slaughter the survivors mercilessly, was suddenly slammed back into the wall. The wall was cracked, and broken debris fell to the floor. Awe! It was a tremendous power, and those who heard the bang sound screamed out without thinking about it. Kararr! But the black orc, which became a victim of its power, was not very alarmed. Rather, its orange eyes were staring at the one who had attacked it. The rest of the countless survivors, at this moment, were trying to escape to the first floor in a mob. Kim grit his teeth. The level is different. In front of the black orc, he pictured a clearer image of pushing it firmly at the wall with his palm, as if he were hitting a mosquito on the wall with his hand. As soon as the image, the imagination, the scene of painting, his focus was lost, his telekinesis would disappear. Ka-za! The black orc was screaming, even as it was struggling free of the wall. The shriek spread quickly, making everyone around it freeze. Awe! A small number of survivors who tried to escape fell down as their legs stiffened at the sound. Huck! Some of the elderly fell to the floor, clutching their chests. Even Kim was not safe in front of the fearsome war cry of the black orc. Kim's head, stomach, and heart were paralyzed. His focus stopped in front of the cold fear. And, of course, his mental image disappeared. Ka! The black orc did not miss the opportunity. It rushed to charge immediately, after confirming Kim's position again. There was no one to stop it. There was a crunch as the skull of a person who fell to the floor was crushed like a watermelon. The display stands piled up with items were smashed through. Its charge did not slow down but rather accelerated as it advanced. If it hit a person's body, it would be a terrible sight. However, Kim did not avoid its rush. Who? As the distance narrowed, he focused his mind on the situation he was in, frozen in front of the black orc approaching like a train on a railway. He drew it again in his mind. If I can't stop it, I'll catch it. He imagined 4 invisible chains made of telekinesis, pulling as hard as they could on the black orc's arms and legs. As soon as he pictured it, its rush began to slow down. In the end, it stopped. It wasn't just a stop. It was like it was straining against the force of the pulling, trying to prevent its body from being pulled apart. Karararararr, a cry for strength and endurance erupted out of its mouth, and its teeth ground together savagely. From Kim's mouth, a grunt of the will to hold such a monster somehow came out, and the sound of gritting his teeth. It was Bang Hyun-wook who moved in the situation. Bang, who was behind Kim, regained his freedom faster than anyone else in the face of the black orc's fear. Energy. It was due to the power wriggling in his stomach. Now he narrowed the distance with it by using this full force to shatter its head. Ya-ya-wop. Accompanied by his strong, loud shout, the baseball bat he held in his hand came down on the head of the black orc vertically. Crack. However, the bat was broken into pieces. Ha! The black orc was so strong. Its body was strong, and his power was also strong. The problem was that he did not realize it. His attack was powerful enough to get its anger and attention. Ka! At that moment, it threw up the fearsome war cry again with all its might, but not toward Bang. Oh, my God! It was aimed at Kim since it recognized that his power was interrupted by its shout before. Get out! As soon as his power weakened in front of its fear, Kim immediately warned Bang. Bam! However, by the time Kim's warning came to Bang's ear, its fist had already struck Bang's chest. Huck! Bang backed to Kim behind him, without even being able to breathe. The two of them were tangled together and fell to the floor. At that short moment, Kim thought regretfully, it's my mistake. He thought a monster could appear at any time. It was a hypothesis he set up that a monster would appear without any restriction of space. He expected a stronger monster to emerge. The Awakener's stats and rank systems were evidence. If the ability of the Awakener who survived the monster would be stronger, the monster that threatened the Awakener might be stronger, too. Damn it! So he should have done it. Regardless of the others, he should have prepared for a situation where stronger monsters could suddenly appear without warning, without a sign. Ka. The only good luck for him was that the black orc was now confident of its victory and seemed to be relaxing. It shouted with joy at the fact that it had finished off the man who had hurt it with its fists. If he had been in the position of the black orc, it would surely have killed him. He did not want to miss the chance. Also, he did not intend to repeat the same mistake. Huck. Shut up. First of all, he shut the mouth of the black orc. This time he drew a picture that he tied its neck with a huge chain, and he pulled it back. And its body lurched backward. It gasped, but it didn't fall back. It stopped itself from being dragged back by giving strength to its legs, belly, waist, and neck. It endured and stared at him with orange eyes. It tried to open its mouth. Its snout began to twitch unceasingly. At the same time, the sound of Kim gnashing his teeth began to grow. At this moment, he wanted to shout, "Anybody, bring a forklift and stick into that monster's body." Damn it! But he could not open his mouth. He knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, his power would be released, and the black orc would use the chance to finish him completely this time. So, he expected only one thing. Throbbing. It was Bang's heartbeat, which was still going strong. When the black orc's fist hit Bang Hyun-wook's chest, he did not feel pain, because his heart stopped. It was the energy from his belly that moved his stopped heart. It thought of its owner more than any other power, and without hesitation, it ran toward his stopped heart. And it knocked on the heart. The energy revived his stopped heart. Kuhuk. He was then able to feel the mysterious pain and fear. But the energy did not stop there. It knocked on his heart again and again to make his heart beat harder. Under the repeated beat of such energy, his heart began to pump blood like crazy. Ow! It was like someone forced a hand into his heart and squeezed out blood, or like someone had brought a hot stone into where his heart should be. The hot blood quickly circulated around his body. Her head was going to burst, the nails on his hands and feet were going to fly off like bullets, and his eyes were already red. Ow! The bloody battle between Kim Tae-hoon and the Black Orc that welcomed Bang Hyun-wook back. It was a sight that would make him numb all over. The battle was quieter than any other bloody battle, and gentle. It was a battle of the lasting against the lasting, it should be expressed like that. Kim and the Black Orc were unable to move. The sounds they were making were also trivial. The sound of hot breath came out of the Black Orc's mouth instead of the scream, and only the sound of teeth cracking came out of Kim's tight lips. Both sounds were buried in all kinds of noises from those who ran away frantically. If someone who did not know the situation had seen it, he would have thought of it as a show. If a game addict had seen it, he would have thought the same thing, the screen stopped during gameplay, or it was lagging. But Bang, who experienced all of this situation more closely than anyone else, knew that this was not a show or a game screen lagging. I can't hold on long, Kim thought himself. Bang knew to some extent the ability of Kim's telekinesis. His telekinesis was powerful, but there were also weaknesses. The biggest weakness was that it could not affect the inside of a monster. Although he could exert telekinesis outside, he could not exert telekinesis inside of a monster. If he had been able to do it, he would have burst the heart or brain of the Black Orc without difficulty. Moreover, telekinesis was very difficult to handle. As soon as the image in his mind blurred, the telekinesis was released. He would then be defenseless. It was hard to maintain his telekinetic power with only marginal concentration. How long could Kim hold on to such a terrible Black Orc? Maybe 3 minutes. What do I do? And for Bang, the 3 minutes were all the time he could think how to live or die. Within 3 minutes, he had to get an answer. Do I have to run away? Do I have to fight for my life, or do I have to run away to save my life? His survival instinct urged him to choose the latter. It said that the living person should live. Mom, Dad, his survival instincts painted his parents' faces in his mind to convince him to run away, the faces of the parents who had suffered all kinds of hardships with the intention of making their child a baseball player. Damn it, but, of course, if it had been for Kim, he would not have been worried about it now. Bang did not make any choice or decision right away. No, he could not. Hold on. At that time, a beautiful woman, on Sunmi, with freckles around her nose, appeared. We have to run away. Having regained her freedom from the fear of the Black Orc a while ago, she once again demonstrated the courage she had shown when Park Jae-woon had been hit by 4 thieves. As everyone tried to escape from the Black Orc as soon as possible, she came to save Bang, and she started running after catching his left hand with her right hand engraved with the mark of an awakener. He was not able to resist and started running with her hand. No, wait. He rejected her hand in front of the fire shutter that the Black Orc had broken. It was a boundary line. If he moved on to the escalator beyond the fire shutter, he would be able to escape to the first level and then to the ground floor. And if he ran away, he would not come back. The moment he stepped on the first floor, he would not step on the second floor again. At the same time, he would not see Kim's face again. Bang looked back at the silent battle of the Black Orc and Kim. On Sunmi, seeing his face, shouted, "We can't kill it. We have to run away." Bang also shouted, not for her, but for himself. F***ck all this. I want to live. I want to live and see my parents' faces, and I want to protect my parents in a world where I do not know how to go back. Even if it was not, there were a lot of things he wanted to do alive. He played baseball, dreaming of becoming a professional baseball player throughout his school days, and now he would be going to college as a specialist. He wanted to go to a wonderful college campus, become a professional baseball player, and drive an expensive sports car. However, it was true that Kim had saved his life before. His father told him, at least, don't live cowardly. What do I do? At this moment, he remembered the scene that Kim had come up and saved himself, a paint spray to make the monster blind, the ability to kill it with fishing line, and the ability to use engine oil to poison it. Ah! Suddenly, Bang's mind flashed. Cooking oil, cooking oil. What? Cooking oil. There was no longer any thought of escape in his eyes. 3. We have to run away. When Sunmi grabbed Bang's wrist and ran to the escalator to the first floor, Kim bit his teeth harder. He felt like the pillars that he could lean on in this desperate situation had disappeared like a mirage. But he didn't blame them. Run away, if you want to run away, and get it right. Humans live to live. Bang's decision was a choice to live on, and at least Kim did not have the right to blame him, because he has also made many terrible choices to live. If I only make an opportunity, if I can only make an opportunity for them to escape, above all, he knew better than anyone else that resentment at this moment was not helpful to himself. The opportunity to live is not going to come if I blame someone. But the situation was getting worse every moment. I have to find a way before I lose my power. He clearly felt his power weakening. Especially, his physical health, mental strength, and concentration were consumed more than anything else. Or maybe my body will burst. Telekinesis required much more physical health and concentration than he had thought. If the water stream was too strong, the waterspout would be destroyed. Like that, if he used the powerful telekinesis, his body would be destroyed since it was still only a human-level trained body. The fatigue that he felt now was terrible. Because he had been trained as a soldier, he could endure. He was a man who could struggle at the crossroads of life and death. I would drink a cup of coffee before I die. I can't ask the monster for that kind of consideration. In his mind, the image of the death was drawn. And the moment he was weak. Key. A low but clear cry began to leak from the black orc's mouth. Thump. Its feet also began to move. It was as slow as walking on the moon, but it took a step at last. It started to overcome his telekinesis, and its orange eyes were shining. It spoke with its eyes, "Man, I'm going to chew your head off alive." He felt it in his own eyes. These monsters are smart. The first goblins and orcs he had encountered were just fierce. They were overwhelmed by hunger because they were faithful to their instincts. That was why the small goblins showed their teeth without hesitation to people larger than them. But the black orc was different now. It was not ignorant, and it knew how to hunt. It did not just destroy and struggle instinctively. Of course, it wasn't the only one. Now this world would be full of these monsters. It is just the beginning. There will be some monsters like it, some monsters that are much more powerful than the black orc, with terrible abilities. He was sure of this. We need a proper hunter to kill these monsters, not one, but a group of hunters. In the era of monsters that start from now on, mankind does not need only weapons to survive. We need hunters with knowledge, ability, and experience to fight monsters. Of course, the worries about this part are the ones that must be done after surviving. He forced his thinking to turn. He looked at the present, not the future. If I pull it towards me instead of pulling it back, I might get a chance. He came up with a way to live. At that moment, an unsuitable sound broke out in the stillness of the blood. Clank. That's. The source of the sound was a huge can that hit the black orc's head. Cooking oil. It was a big yellow can, an 18-liter can of cooking oil. Big brother. After the jaunty sound of such a can of cooking oil knocking on the black orc's head, Bang's voice was heard. "Did you see the movie, Home Alone?" Kim did not need any more explanation. He immediately changed the picture in front of his eyes. He turned the chain around the black orc's neck, which had been pulling it back, 180 degrees, in his own direction. At the same time, he tied his own body with a chain of telekinesis and pulled it to the right. Thump, thump, thump. In a sudden change, the body of the black orc rushed toward him at the explosive speed. His body, flying to the right as if hit by a car, was able to avoid the rush in a breathtaking move. Caw! The black orc, which had finally opened its mouth, screamed during its unceasing sprint, and it stopped only after it had broken 5 shelves. Kara! The black orc, who took an instant posture, immediately followed Kim with its eyes, and it was running toward Bang and On. There was no hesitation. Ka-chang! It began to rush again, screaming. In the meantime, Kim shouted at On and Bang, "Go up! Watch out for the cooking oil." Just as Kim was warned by Bang, he slipped on the floor, which had become a sea of cooking oil. At the same time, he reached out his hands for the ceiling. Just like a Spider-Man, the hero from Marvel Comics, who fired a web with his wrist, Kim used his telekinesis to create an invisible line between the ceiling and his arm. He stopped slipping using the line, and said to Bang and On, who looked at him in surprise, "Go. That's awesome." Bang said admiringly. "Go." Kim shouted again to Bang. "What? What about you, big brother?" At the repeated question, Kim looked at the black orc, who had just run back near them. He looked at it again and reached out his hands, painting a picture. It was a picture connecting a big line to its 2 legs. He waited for the moment it put its huge foot down on the cooking oil. Thud! As it stepped on the cooking oil, he began to slip backwards, grabbed its leg and pulled it the other way. There were many bangs as it broke down the display stands, and it passed him out of sight. Key. 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 In this unexplained situation that it had not experienced in its life, it cried out in confusion instead of shrieking. Kim started to run on the escalator, leaving behind the embarrassed cries coming from the black orc. Bang and On followed him. They quickly headed to the first floor. When they started for the ground floor, Bang asked, "Big brother, are you going to run away?" It was more of a plea than a question. "Please, let's run away like this." Caw! The cry of the black orc shook the escalator to the first floor. Bang shook his deer-like eyes more eagerly at the sound. However, Kim's eyes were not on Bang, but on Sunmi. "Do you have a driver's license?" "What?" It was a sudden question. "Yes, I do." She managed to answer, and Kim said, "We are going to steal a car outside." December 31st, 2016, 23:53. The streets of the night in Bucheon City, just before 2017, were terribly quiet. The wide 10-lane road, which crossed in front of Bucheon City Hall, was filled with vehicles that had hit one another. It looked like dozens of centipedes made of cars were on the huge road. There were lots of dead bodies. The bodies in the deflated airbags were in better shape. The scene of a dead body that had been crushed on the ground as it came out through the glass of a car as it had collided was terrible. But even that was no match for the dead bodies bitten by monsters that could not be identified. It was hell. 13 degrees Celsius, thanks to the cold of the new year, was preventing the dead bodies from rotting. But one thing was clear: December 31st, 2016, would be recorded as the most horrible day in Korean history. Kara. On that terrible day, the black orc came out of the large mart and onto the road that had become a mess, looking all around wildly. There was no light left on the street, and only the lights of the cars that were still on sparsely were able to follow the black orc with its dark skin in the night. Nevertheless, the black orc was so intense that even the blind could feel its presence. The fierce, murderous will and hostility in its orange eyes were not something anyone could ignore. The black orc gave off such a presence and stared at Kim Tae-hoon, who stood in a spacious area that luckily existed on the road. It only stared at him. It was evidence of intelligence. It had not forgotten that he was not alone. It knew there were other people around him. Of course, for the black orc, those factors were not real threats, although they were something to be wary of. The previous fight had already proved that. Kim was the only one who tried something against the black orc in the first place, and as a result, even he only caught the attention of the black orc but did not give it a fatal blow. In other words, if it finished him, everything would be over. Without him, the black orc could pick and choose to eat those who had not yet escaped from the second floor, and those who have fled, but were still hiding in the first floor, without any interruption. At this moment the black orc imagined filling its stomach with hot blood, there in the cold that made its strong flesh sting, and it was no longer hesitant after thinking all that. It stepped again toward him. Thump. There was another disturbance on the quiet road. Thump. He once again used his telekinesis against the black orc. He tried to lift its moving body. But. Thump. The black orc blew away his attempt to crush its body with a flexing of muscle. There was no way to stop the black orc from increasing its power, as his telekinesis had weakened. His concentration, physical health, and mental strength had bottomed out. Most importantly, he could not draw an image, a picture of his own telekinesis completely overpowering the black orc. Karar, karar. The fact made the black orc laugh, and it was not just a laugh, but ridicule. It was also a sound of conviction. It was confident that he could no longer stop itself, and that all he could do was slow itself for a few seconds at best. Therefore, the black orc once again enjoyed the experience when his telekinesis wrapped around it and stopped it from moving. Instead of trying to overcome the telekinesis, it looked at him with its ridiculing gaze. He also looked back at it. The clever are usually mean. He looked at it, and he knew that it would be careless, with its eyes of a triumphant air in front of a troublemaker who was weakened. Karar. At that moment the black orc felt something strange in its eyes. On its left side, the sound of something shattering in the darkness on the road was heard. With that noise, a black car appeared. The long black car was the Benz S-Class, worth over $100,000, and it charged the black orc of similar size and color, with the force of 250 horses under the hood. The black orc could not avoid the sudden rush of the car, as he had caught itself for a few seconds. A gruesome crunch sounded as if two cars had slammed together. The horrible shriek of the black orc once more covered the dark road. The scream was not just a struggle for pain. It was the sound of the black orc, withstanding the power of a big sedan which had rushed at it, the power of the car with all that horsepower. Ka! The black orc took a stand and began to lift the sedan up as if it was going to chew on the car. It was the power of a monster, literally. Two of the four wheels spinning smoke on the asphalt road began to turn in the air. His telekinesis no longer had any effect on the body of the black orc. However, he was not embarrassed. Quite the opposite. He was hunting. It was why he didn't run away when he could escape, and he waited for the black orc in the cold weather, in an open space. Hunters never prepare only one trap when they catch a huge animal. At that moment, the sound of another car engine was audible behind the black orc, who was still wrestling with the Benz. Karar. The black orc turned its head in horror. Bang! A huge bus compressed the black lump, and they were tangled together. Phew! Only then did he breathe out a sigh for the first time. The white breath rose like a signal fire from his mouth. I got it. On January 1, 2017, he survived like that. It's not as cold as I thought it would be, is it? On Sunmi frowned at Bang Hyun-wook at his surprising remark. Are you kidding me? A thorny reply popped out of her mouth. She thought that Bang was playing a ridiculous pun against her, and it was natural to think so. At 0 a.m., the weather of the new year in Korea in 2017 was unbelievably cold. The cold biting wind was relentless when walking down a vast dark road without a single streetlight, and above all, the fact that there was no sign of living people anywhere was making the harshness worse. It was the coldest day that An had felt during her life. If it were not for Kim Tae-hoon, who was hacking open the black orc's chest with an axe to take out the jewel in its heart, she would not have endured the cold wind with only a hot pack. Bang was sincere, of course. It's not cold, he was not really cold. It was thanks to the energy inside him, which was now taking away the cold that he felt. An briefly threw words at his appearance. It's the worst sign, not feeling cold in cold weather. What? When the body temperature goes down, the human body, first and foremost, concentrates blood there to maintain the functions of the heart and brain. On the contrary, arms and legs far away from the heart and brain are rapidly cooled as blood flow is cut off. Then, when the limbs are freezing to death, the blood flow is concentrated there to prevent the destruction of the biofunction, and the fever is so great that you can take off your underwear. An turned her head with the words and looked at the naked and disheveled bodies everywhere. The human body is stronger than most people think, but if the mind collapses, it becomes infinitely weak. It would be virtually like a death sentence to be overwhelmed by the fear of monsters in the cold weather where someone could die of hypothermia. The moment one takes off one's clothes, one's hypothermia gets worse, and then the countdown starts. Are you a doctor? An had a bitter smile at Bang's question. The doctor is a slave, just a slave, she thought. If she had been a really proper doctor, she would not have come to a large mart for cigarettes, sweets, and caffeine drinks to spend the night in the emergency room, rather than being on vacation at the end of the year. A slave who runs a cigarette errand at the end of the year when everyone else is resting. But now she was grateful. So I survived. If she was in the hospital, she would be dead now, or not much different. There were many knives in the hospital, but no weapons or hunters could have killed that terrifying black orc. However, the situation was too serious to make it a comfort. Can I survive in the future? Even before half a day, the city had been full of vitality ahead of the end of the year, but now it turned into hell. And this was just the beginning. In order to survive in the future, I will have to overcome the same crisis and hardships again. But I am curious, how much is a doctor's salary? Bang, who did not know her feeling, asked a question that lacked any sense. Fortunately, she did not have to answer the question. Kim's axe chopping had finally stopped. Of course, the conversation between Bang and An also stopped, and the two watched his actions. Kim pulled out the heart of the black orc, and then ripped out an orange jewel attached to the heart. Monster stone. Kim walked over to Bang and An, and ordered Bang, take a picture. Bang fumbled to find the smartphone in his breast pocket and hurriedly pulled it out. Ah! Bang, who took out his smartphone, sighed because the smartphone liquid crystal had cracked like a spider web. The black orc's fist had not been kind. I bought it just last month. Take a picture. Kim did not accept such a complaint from Bang. Oh, yes. Bang swallowed a bitter smile and then activated the camera function. He turned the camera to Kim's face and saw his face, a little angry over the broken LCD. An said to Bang on behalf of Kim, take a picture, of the jewel. Aha! He quickly changed the direction of the camera to Kim's palm. Snap! The flash went off and the picture was taken. In the picture, described in translucent letters. The crystal of a black orc. Strength and health increase when ingested. The skill level of energy increases when ingested. The skill level of defense increases when ingested. The power of a black orc, black skin, can be acquired when ingested. Wow, it must be a rare item. Bang was surprised. However, as soon as Kim confirmed the contents, he immediately put the crystal of black orc in his mouth and swallowed it. Then, before Bang and On could even be surprised, he took the smartphone in Bang's hand, photographed his hand, and checked the contents. Basic abilities. Strength, 28. Health, 23. Special abilities. Energy, F+ rank. Mana, F rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, F+ rank. Mana resistance, F rank. Achieved abilities. Black skin, grade 6. The power of Black Orc consumes energy to increase defense. Kim, who confirmed his ability of an awakener, laughed bitterly. I have a rough idea of what I'm going to do. Damn it. It was the moment the first hunter was born. Kim Tae-hoon was shopping at the large mart. Chocolate, salt, almonds, jam, jerky. Of course, it was not strange to buy such items at the food corner on the second floor of the large mart. It was getting closer to 2 a.m., and most of the shelves had fallen like dominoes, so he had to pick the goods up from the floor and put them in a bag, not a plastic shopping cart. But he had to add one more thing here: he wasn't going to pay for them at the counter. In other words, he was now doing the most bizarre shopping in the world. What's your future plan? On Sunmi was following him and started a proper conversation with him while he was pondering between the 5 kinds of coffee beans in front of him. Instead of answering her question, he grabbed coffee beans that had been torn apart and chewed them finely. After savoring the coffee beans, he replied, I'm going to leave here as soon as possible, and the remaining survivors should try to fend for themselves. I can see that, just by looking at what you are doing. Well, you just need to know what you see. No, I'm curious about what you're planning in the future, where you're going if you leave, how you're going to move, what's the purpose. He looked at her before she stopped talking. A cold light dug into her gaze. Her words stopped by themselves. His eyes were just beyond the cold level, and there was something there that ordinary people could not have. There was something special, something so obvious that even On, who had a job as a doctor, that knew the boundaries between life and death better than anyone else, could not fight. You love to wonder, but I have no reason to tell you about my plan. After he replied, On kept her mouth shut. He continued, What I need is a person who will obey my orders, not a parasite that will cling to my body for safety. Offended, On's closed mouth opened reflexively. A parasite? If there is some give and take, it's like a crocodile bird, and of course there's no crocodile bird in reality. You. At that moment, Kim held out his right-hand palm before On spoke. On had a blank look on her face. He turned his hand over. His right-hand mark appeared. When he turned his hand over again and showed his palm, she pulled out her smartphone and unlocked it, showing him a picture. Basic abilities. Strength, 11. Health, 14. Special abilities. Mana, C+ rank. Mana resistance, C+ rank. Defense, F rank. Achieved abilities. None. Kim spoke after confirming her ability through the mark of an awakener on her right hand: be a survivor or a subordinate to me. Choose one of them clearly. It was then that On thought of something. Kim was fighting a desperate battle with the Black Orc, but she ran away with his subordinate, Bang Hyun-wook. That was the reason. His bias against On Sunmi was due to the actions she showed at that time. Her mana rank is C+, and she is in her 3rd year of residency as a doctor. Once she becomes a colleague, she will become a powerful member. He wasn't going to retaliate for what she had done. He could fully understand her behavior at that time. She was not his colleague or subordinate then, but a survivor, and she showed the courage to escape at that moment. It was embarrassing to have run away with Bang, but it was also clear that it was a wake-up call for Bang. But to the extent of it, it was understandable that she was a survivor. If she did such a thing in the situation where she was his subordinate, he would never forgive her. Troops running away from the battlefield ere the battle is real were more dangerous than the enemy. Anyway, Kim had now handed the choice to On. Now the decision was hers. She could become a survivor, and just break up with him and go her own way. Or, she could be his subordinate and obey him and move along with him. What are the conditions I need to be your man? Absolute obedience. On bit her lips slightly. Okay. If you order me to take off my clothes, I'll be happy to take them off. I don't want to see such a thing, but it's enough to understand that if you have my back, you have to risk your life. With her answer, Kim got up from his seat. Then he did not pick a coffee. Don't you need coffee? I can't eat this, even in a hurry. Big brother. Kim heard Bang's voice. Bang had 3 bags on his back, front, and left hand. In his right hand, he had a new baseball bat. He has collected the items ordered by Kim from the first basement floor. Kim moved to the escalator without hesitation. It was time to leave. On took a bag from Bang and followed after Kim with it. Big brother, can I ask you a question? Do it. What are you going to do with the survivors who are here? The question was due to the looks of the survivors below. At the order of Kim, Bang was taking things from the first basement floor, and the survivors who fled to the first floor of the basement just watched. They looked so pitiful and pathetic. The eyes of those desperate enough did not know how they should ask. Bang could not ignore their eyes. So, Bang wanted Kim to become a hero. They have to fend for themselves. Yes. If you want to protect the remaining survivors, do it, but don't ask for my help. Kim did not intend to become a hero. No, if he really wanted to be a hero, he should ignore the survivors here. A true hero would know how to renounce the small in order to secure the great. At the words of Kim, Bang was worried about them. On the other hand, however, he did not worry about it for long. If he left Kim, his eyes would look the same way as the survivors who were staring at him in a few days. I'll follow you. Kim gave him a brief compliment. It was wise to use the cooking oil. Yes. Ah. In a sense, Bang laughed at the praise he had heard for the first time since he had met Kim. Really? It was amazing I thought of it. If I had used this wisdom at the last Blue Dragon League baseball game, I would have been nominated for the pros. No, if I'd been nominated, I wouldn't have met you. An, who had guessed that Bang was about to ramble on, cut off Bang's words at once. What's the plan for the future? An could not bear to listen to such chatter as she had not heard what he wanted. Kim answered her question this time. The primary purpose is to leave here first. Why are you leaving? What do you want, a detailed or brief explanation? A little more detail. By the time the sun comes up, this place will be hell. Hell. An and Bang's face hardened at the word. You mean the monsters are coming again? Even without the monsters, it will be hell. What the hell does that mean? At that moment, a man approached them when they reached the ground floor. Well, it was not just anyone who appeared, but Park Jae-woon. Surviving in the turmoil, he approached Kim carefully and asked him, well, what do we do now? Behind Park, was his wife, holding their daughter, whose eyes were swollen from crying. Kim gave quick advice to such a man. After securing about 5 days of high-calorie, easy-to-storage food like chocolate, secure them in the city hall right next to you. Also, be careful to keep your body warm. Don't move using vehicles, but it will be useful if you treat them like a tent. Finally, in case of an emergency, you'd better have the tools to carry the child on your backs. It was a surprisingly kind explanation. However, it was a harsh explanation from Park's point of view. After all, it meant that they would have to survive by themselves. Park's face turned pale. The fact that monsters he had never seen before were overflowing, the infrastructure of society had collapsed, and he had to survive with his wife and daughter, had made his face so. But Park bowed his head to Kim, even though his face was pale. Thank you. Thank you so much for your help. He never forgot the least courtesy and reason. If it had not been for that, he would have long abandoned his family and run away. That was why Kim gave minimal advice to him. As Kim saw it, Park was qualified to survive. Bang Yanon looked at Park, who was stepping back like that, with terrible expressions. Yeah, I guess the big brother is right. That's right. The day comes when the emergency room feels peaceful and hopeful. Who could have imagined this scene here a day ago? But what was even more frightening was that they couldn't even imagine what would happen tomorrow. On the other hand, Kim had a cold look, as he could imagine tomorrow right now and the future more easily. The population of Bucheon City is about 800,000, and the number of people who died immediately when the atomic bomb fell on Hiroshima, Japan, was about 70,000. In the face of such a devastating disaster, the number of deaths could not exceed 100,000. Of course, even if there is an unprecedented disaster, the number of survivors in Bucheon should exceed 700,000. Kim went on to explain after he had stopped for a while. In other words, at this hour, 700,000 people in Bucheon City are waiting for the sun to rise, scared by fear of monsters, without the help of any social system such as electricity, communication, gas, police, or firefighting. Ah! At that, there was a sound like a soul escaping from On's mouth. A scene was painted, of what kind of sight would unfold in the city of Bucheon when the sun rose. Most of the monsters that caused this confusion will still be walking or hiding somewhere in the city, and at any moment a more powerful monster may appear. Obviously, the present sight was hell. First of all, it is unlikely that all this has happened only in Bucheon City. If it had been limited to Bucheon City, help would have come in some way from Seoul or Incheon. Maybe the whole world is like this. The important thing was that this hellish sight was not the end, but the beginning. Anyway, what we need right now to survive in this situation is at least two of my own criteria. Kim had experienced many such places. How do humans act when they think that they are at the end of an era, and in a place where there is no proper government? Common sense, and violence to force that common sense. What is the most effective way to deal with them? I'll tell you what I'm planning now. There's a police station nearby. We'll get something to use as a weapon there. Then we'll move to Ojungdong. Why Ojungdong? At the military base there, we will secure the right weapons. No one stopped Kim Tae-hoon's party as they left the large mart. It was not that there were no people who wanted to stick to him. What do we do when you go? What do we do? Please save us. Take us with you. We won't let you go if you don't take us. Don't try to live alone, king bastard. If you're a human, be a human. Some were desperately trying to become a parasite clinging to Kim's back, with some threatening them. It was a natural reaction because it was a matter of their life. However, he showed them no sympathy. I warn you, you'd better not follow me. I don't think it's going to make any difference if I add a few more bodies in a place full of monsters. Kim threatened them clearly, and there was no one who showed courage in the face of his threats. And he did not just end up threatening them. If there's anyone who is following us, get rid of them. Get rid of them. At least, attack them enough to feel the threat of death, even if they don't die. He made his will clearly known to Bang Hyun-wook and On Sun-mi. Is there a reason to do that? We shouldn't get caught up in the mess caused by a crazy survivor. The reason was clear. Earlier, Kim had caused a huge disturbance to kill the Black Orc, a huge disturbance that would have looked terrible if an insurance company employee saw it. He had touched the grass. If there was a snake in the grass, it would not be sleeping in this disturbance. The snakes that were now hiding in the city were not just snakes, but terrible monsters. If there's another Black Orc, then there's nothing to do but escape. Kim, who had already spent a lot of power killing the Black Orc, was in a situation where the fight would be even more burdensome. That's why he wanted to raid the police station. He needed a powerful weapon which was more useful than a hand axe or a knife. Of course, it took a long time to get to the police station. They had to move more quietly on the street of the night and slowly without drawing attention. It was a cold, frozen body that welcomed Kim and his party at the police station when they arrived. That's pathetic. Bang briefly murmured what everyone felt. Kim briefly clicked his tongue as soon as he heard Bang's words. It's as bad as I expected. The scene of the police station that he saw now was not much different from what he had predicted. There's no police officer. What Sunmi said was also what he had expected. It would be rather strange if people were screaming outside and a policeman stayed still. The fuss would be bigger without the police. Yes. It was never good. Kim's imagination meant the worst scenario he could imagine. If there was one survivor here at least. I'm sure I could use the network in some way. Kim did not hope the police station performed its duty. Instead, he wanted to have one of the police officers left, to speak to the survivor. There are contacts in the army, but there are no contacts on the police side. In a situation where the communication network collapsed, people have to talk to each other directly, and in order to contact the police network, the current police were needed more than ever. But this was a clear reality. There was nothing great about the armed forces of the Korean police. How good were the weapons of the police officers who had worked at the police station, not anywhere else? The armory of the police in Bucheon City would not be greater than that owned by 5 or 6 ordinary people with a hobby of shooting in the United States. There was no possibility of using them properly. How many police officers had practiced shooting in preparation for this kind of situation? If they'd known this day would come, all countries would have legalized carrying guns, like the United States. An unfunny idea passed through Kim's mind. The army is different, isn't it? On Sunmi asked Kim carefully. The next destination would be the military. I don't know. But the situation of a military base was not likely better than here. Obviously, the level of the armed forces of the military was different from the police. The number of automatic rifles and ammunition was different, and it was impossible to compare the power of a sidearm with a heavy weapon. However, the Korean military had never trained to fight the sudden emergence of such monsters. No, in fact, most of the Korean army has little experience in combat, because most of them consider military life as slave life. It might be faster to beat and kill monsters with shovels than to shoot guns, if they are not at the forefront, and if they are stationed in the city. It depends on who the commander is. The key is the commander's capacity. The greatest advantage of the army is a clear command system that excludes mercy and powerful weapons. Therefore, if the commander is excellent, it can produce results more efficiently than any other group. The capacity of the commander. Oh, my God. Then it must have ended. At the explanation of Kim, Bang and On sighed with a look that seemed to have no hope. Kim frowned slightly at the appearance of the two. You have no military experience. Bang had not even been given a warrant for enlistment, and On was a person who could get drafted because she was a woman. It would not be normal for them to answer with confidence in the army. Big brother, will I know when I go there? That's where so much corruption goes on. He could not find a basis to refute these two explanations. One of the biggest symbols of the malformed corruption, unfairness, and irrationality of the Korean army was Kim Tae-hoon, in a sense. They were right. If the Korean army had been rational and operated normally, Kim would not have been here. Where did you learn all this, big brother? Did you learn this in the army? I am a soldier, but I didn't learn from the army. Kim found the location of the arsenal, and with a tangible answer, he gave a signal to On and Bang. It meant to shut up and execute the order given earlier. Bang nodded and stood near the broken glass door of the police station, holding the baseball bat tightly in his hands with his batting gloves, and concentrated all his senses outside the police station. On began to search the dead bodies in the police station, checking the pockets of the dead, and took out a smartphone, checked the presence of the lock screen and the battery residue. She took what she could use, and if not usable, she took only the batteries. When Kim started to move to rob the arsenal, On's actions suddenly stopped. What is it? Surely something. She was searching the dead body hard and felt something with her fingertips. It felt like a tiny spider web touched the back of her hand on the way. It also felt like nothing. Ordinary people would ignore the feeling, turning their head sideways for a moment. But she was different. There's something, I'm sure. She was a doctor whose hands were her most important tools, and with such important tools, she worked the line between life and death for people. Doctors never let things go when they feel bad or strange. Sometimes the feeling can decide the life and death of a person. On was faithful to her feeling. She stopped what she was doing to find something that disturbed her and started to look around. One of the old-fashioned bags caught her eyes. Without hesitation, she opened the bag quickly. This is. There was a black plastic bag in the bag, and when she pulled it open, a bundle of newspapers appeared. When she took out one of the wrapped bundles and took off the newspaper, she found what was hidden inside. It was not a normal bowl, but an antique bowl. An antique? Not just a bowl, but a bowl that looked like an antique. Some were full of cracks, and some were split in half. She looked at the antique bowl with an incredulous expression. I'm crazy. I came because I felt strange, but it was not gold or money that showed up, but an antique bowl. She sighed briefly, and once more her fingertips felt strange. Ah! This time it was a little more intense. It felt like something was connected to her fingertips by a transparent thread. Her expression changed again. I'll explain how to use a gun before we move. Kim, who had been robbing the arsenal, appeared to teach On and Bang, who had never used a revolver in their entire lives. Wait a minute. On stopped him. This is weird. She showed him a bundle of newspapers in her hands. Kim looked at On inquiringly. Bang had a similar expression to Kim. On hurriedly apart the newspaper and pulled out a white bowl and a glass hidden within. It didn't seem particularly special either. It was literally an antique, nothing more than a thing. It didn't seem like a great antique, and more plainly, it seemed so small that no one would buy it if a merchant asked them to buy it in Insadong. On knew that well. This is weird, or I'm going to look very strange to say this, but... Kim took out a new smartphone from his pocket, instead of answering, and pointed the camera at her. Before On could react properly, he took a picture immediately. Snap! Wait a minute. Kim, who checked the photo, gave her a hard look and handed the smartphone to her. I guess it's not just humans that have changed in this world. The glass pictured on the smartphone had translucent letters. A glass of therapy. Relic grade, grade 7. Relic value, normal. Relic effect, water can be generated to heal wounds by consuming mana. The world had changed. Everything, not just people, had changed. Oh, it is filling up. It is filling up. Bang Hyun-wook admired the magically clear liquid filling the old-fashioned glass that had nothing in it. On the other hand, the expression of On Sunmi holding the glass was not good. I can't move. Her body was just a conduit. Some unknown power was now pouring into the glass after undergoing a process similar to a water purifier inside her. The problem was that the moment she moved her body, the moment her concentration faltered, everything stopped. The concentration required by this process was beyond imagination. On was a doctor, and if necessary, a doctor needed to perform surgery in an operating room to keep a patient alive for 10 hours straight. Her concentration could not be lacking. If it had been lacking, she would not have gotten even close to perfect scores on the entrance exam for university and entered a medical school. But she felt her concentration being consumed so fast that she could not compare with surgery. Eventually, she gave up. She was panting hard. It was not a trick, as the sweat on her forehead was not from the cold weather. Are you alright, sister? It's alright, okay. Bang talked to the exhausted On. Kim Tae-hoon silently looked at her and arranged his thoughts. Magic. She is like a magician. The appearance of On reminded him of the existence of magicians in games, movies, and novels. Magicians had to memorize spells for some time to use magic, and they required a lot of concentration. When they move or were interfered with while memorizing spells, the memorized spells became useless. It was high risk compared to the energy of Bang, and the telekinetic power of Kim. So Kim had to know if there was any merit to taking this risk. Did you say the effect was wound recovery? Kim rubbed the wound on the back of his hand after taking some transparent liquid onto his finger. It half filled the glass that On possessed, and it could only be considered water. Then the wound started to bubble and it began to heal. The sight took On's breath away. She looked at Kim's hand with incredulous eyes and shouted, "Oh my God, this is a miracle, a miracle." Lower your voice. Kim gave an order to On, not a warning. She shut her mouth promptly. The police station was quiet again. Kim, however, carefully moved his feet between the bodies without feeling relieved, and he extended his senses out to the gate of the police station. He examined the darkness around. There was no particular sign, but a sense of silence. After Kim made a gesture that seemed to open his mouth with his left hand, Bang and On exhaled softly. The long wind drifted through the police station. The conversation was a little bit later. That's great. It's kind of an item, isn't it? Bang was the first to open his mouth, and Kim gave an order instead of an answer. Take pictures of all of them. Yes. Take pictures of all the antiques and check how many relics are there. Ah. Only then did Bang wake up and take all the antiques out of the bag and start taking pictures. Meanwhile, Kim asked On several questions. How did you feel using mana? Mana? I decided to call it in that for the sake of convenience, but if you want to add something special, it's fine. Mana does work. So how do you feel? My body feels like a water purifier. It feels like energy goes through my heart and then into this glass. But it's really hard. It's like walking on a tightrope. Kim nodded. The risk is big, but the merit is great. The concept of relics and mana had been put together. A relic is an item that helps us use mana or any mysterious power. There exist relics among the historical objects like antiques. If we consider in the concept of games, things made by monsters can also be relics or items. Mana requires many restrictions and conditions to use differently than energy and telekinesis. If we get weapons, the next destination will be the museum. Of course, we must secure as many of these relics as possible. In this world, there was no Sotheby auction, and even if an auction was held, Kim would not be able to buy the goods at such an auction with just his lifetime savings. Big brother, there's nothing else, Bang reported, after finishing checking the relics, shaking his head. Instead of answering Bang, Kim handed over the revolver he had brought from the arsenal. He also handed one to On. The cylinder will open this way, put the bullet into it, and close it. He taught them how to fill the cylinder of the pistol and how to shoot. Check the target, aim, and shoot. Hold it with both hands when shooting. Pull the trigger only once. Bang and On began to fill the cylinders with bullets clumsily. Kim told them so. Never point a gun at our people. Don't point a gun at me even when filling the cylinder and practicing. At his words, Bang, who was about to point a gun in Kim's direction after filling the cylinder, instantly stopped. Kim smiled bitterly at his actions. He had anticipated what Bang would do. It wasn't hard to predict. It's one of the mistakes most people usually make when they first touch a gun. They aim at the person in front of them when they hear the word aim. These two are not bad either, but it would be better to have a career man if I wanted to move along. It was something Kim would have to endure to go around with Bang and On. The two had never been soldiers. Even if I wanted something like a soldier right away, it doesn't mean they can't do the job. I hope there's someone who will be helpful in the Ojungdong military base. It would be convenient to find an awakened soldier, and that was one of the reasons why Kim was heading for the military base. An awakened soldier was needed. Of course, there was no guarantee that an awakened soldier would become a subordinate to him even if there was one there. I hope there is a man of sense, that's what Kim worried about. We moving now. Take sugar with the chocolate we prepared, and arm yourself, then let's move on to the next point. With the first objective done, it was time to move toward the military base in Ojungdong. Cool. A loud cry rang through the city of Bucheon. 4. The most fearful thing to those who survive in a city which had been ruined by bombing is the sound of the fighter jets passing overhead. The sound not only paralyzes the reason of the listener but sometimes even the heart. This is the case, on the battlefield, the body is fine, but a dead man with his ears covered is seen from time to time. Even trained soldiers are not free from the fear. The moment a bomber bombs, death is on the way. That kind of fear cannot be overcome. They just get used to it. Kim's ability to go without losing his reason in front of the monstrous fear that rampaged through his mind was also due to his familiarity with this kind of fear. He could not overcome the fear. He was lying on the floor, just waiting for the fear to fade away. Soon after Kim Tae-hoon's fear of everything exploding disappeared, he rose from his seat. The first thing he did was look at the condition of Bang and An, who were similar to the dead bodies scattered on the floor. He checked their pulses immediately. Their pulses were running, but there was no focus in their eyes. Huck. Bang woke up first, but his eyes were full of fear. Kim forced the chocolate from his pocket into Bang's mouth after breaking it. Melt it down in your mouth, do not swallow, let it melt. Kim then approached An. Her condition was worse than Bang's. Her heart was beating, but her eyes were not focused. She was truly in a state of unconsciousness. Kim slapped her cheek. Get a hold of yourself, An Sunmi. Get a hold of yourself. The focus returned An's eyes after her cheeks were red. Kim put the pieces of chocolate in her mouth. Melt it down on your tongue. Kim then spoke to Bang, who was somewhat sober. Stand here. If anything happens, shout out to me. Bang, who had been melting chocolate hard in his mouth, was surprised and asked, after gulping down the chocolate. Yes. What about you? We need to figure out what monster passed over our heads. Boil water using the portable pot we brought. It's dangerous to move in this condition right away. Let's warm up and move. With those words, Kim went out the broken door of the police station. 5. Tap. With a short sound, the police car's door unlocked itself. Kim stared slowly at the car's window, and he opened the door right after blinking his eyes a couple of times. Soon after, he pushed himself into the wide-open door. The cold police car was filled with his white breath. Kim's hand extended through the cloud to the black box installed in the car. He opened the black box as it was, playing the video that the black box had recorded a short time ago. Under the night sky, the image of the dark world, without a streetlight, was of course dark. But it was not difficult to see its presence in the video. The video taken by the black box was more than enough. It was about 300 meters long and large enough to cover a gymnasium with the massive wings that could lift the giant body. It was a dragon. At least, among the countless human words, the dragon was the only word that could describe the monster. The huge dragon was flying past Bucheon towards Incheon, where the sea was visible. Kim grit his teeth tightly. Black orcs are at the level of wild dogs. There was already a crazy monster in the world. The chance of beating such a thing could not even be calculated without the help of a powerful weapon. The world has changed well beyond my imagination. Kim did not even dare to dream that such a monster would appear in the world. Instead, he was able to imagine what would happen when such a monster appeared. If this monster gets settled in Incheon City, I must be determined to return Incheon City to September of 1950 to kill it. How much firepower would be needed to simply kill this monster with human weapons? How much property and geographical damage would be taken, and how many lives would be lost? Some of the survivors were people who were willing to take the damage and still survive the ruthless violence. I need to hurry. It was about 5 kilometers from the large mart to the Ojungdong military base. Therefore, Kim Tae-hoon aimed to reach the military base of Ojungdong by least 4 a.m. after leaving the large mart for the first time. In addition, he was planning to mobilize all means and methods to achieve the goal. He knew better than anyone else the importance of carrying out the goal and planning thoroughly in a war situation. But now he was in the police station even though the time was well past 3 a.m. He even had the time to drink coffee, using a coffee dripper in the boiled water from a portable pot. Big brother, is it okay to take time to relax? At that sight of Kim, Bang Hyun-wook was suspicious. Kim, who enjoyed his coffee, as usual, said to Bang in a low voice, "It's too dangerous for us to move with our minds and bodies clouded with fear, and the first thing we need to do is ease our bodies and minds." This coffee has a good taste. I've never drunk this product before. Of course, Kim was never able to take a break. However, right now, the three of them were not in normal physical condition. A huge monster that could not be explained by anything had scattered fear in Bucheon City, and the fear was now rooted in every corner of the minds and bodies of his party. Moving in a situation where it was not extracted properly was like moving in poison. Right now, the situation is different from when the dragon appeared. The condition has changed. More importantly, this fact did not apply only to Kim and his party. The unidentified dragon had scattered the fear of his presence in Bucheon like a shower. All the things that had settled in Bucheon were exposed to the fear. After the monster's attack, which had started around 4 p.m. on December 31st, the situation came to a lull temporarily and now was out of control. Like a ship, their boat, which had been drifting quietly, was swept over by huge waves. On Sunmi added her opinion to Kim Tae-hoon's. The shriek. Most people must have passed out or died because of the fear. Because of the temperature right now, falling into a state of unconsciousness when they can't expect the right help around is virtually the same as freezing to death. Of the three, the dragon fear hit her the hardest, and at the same time, her words as a doctor were certainly convincing. Kim Tae-hoon supplemented her opinion by pouring coffee into her empty cup. I wished all of them would be fine, but it's a bigger problem that all of them will not be. What do you mean? It's more likely that there will be something going crazy than fainting. Dragon fear was strong. But not everything had fainted to the dragon fear. Just now, Bang Hyun-wook and Kim Tae-hoon were stunned but did not faint. There must be awakeners among the survivors, and a high-rank energy user among them would surely survive. It would be people or monsters. The monsters aren't gone yet. All the monsters have not disappeared from Bucheon. As evidence, there were few bodies of the monsters, which made Bucheon City a ghost city. So where did the monsters go? Did they leave Bucheon and go to Seoul or Incheon? It was much more plausible that monsters who had already attacked humans and filled their stomach had hidden in the forests of buildings, taking shelter to avoid the cold winter weather late at night. Was it not a shelter that humans love to use, in places like a subway station? And if I were a monster, I would rather come out and fill my stomach than stay still at this moment. In such a situation, a monster who felt a sense of crisis due to the emergence of an absolute upper predator would try to hide in a more secret place, deep, after filling its stomach before it went crazy or felt hungry again. In other words, for the time being, monsters would come out and work. The ones who are moving now are strong enough to carry out their purpose, not fainting in the face of the fear. At least the monsters that were active at this moment were stronger than goblins or orcs. He had to keep the black orc in mind, at the very least. Kim Tae-hoon was waiting for them to quickly fill their stomachs and then hide deep again. In front of such an explanation, Bang Hyun-wook and On Sunmi no longer asked additional questions. Kim Tae-hoon's boiled coffee thawed their cold bodies in the cold weather, and their frightened brains were thawed by chocolate. In the silence, Kim Tae-hoon looked at his right hand carefully. His right hand gradually began to turn black by the ability black skin acquired after killing the black orc. Currently, Kim Tae-hoon's force rank could only turn his skin black up to his wrist. The black skin gave him the feeling of wearing an iron glove. It was actually pretty tough. It was not cut by a crude knife, and even hitting the wall as hard as possible, it only stung a little. If I kill a monster, I get paid. This was clear evidence. Evidence that I can get something if I kill a monster. I wonder what it would be like to kill that monster. The evidence reminded Kim Tae-hoon of how he could kill the monster in his mind, while weighed down by the fear of the dragon. Kim Tae-hoon sipped coffee with a slight smile in his imagination. There was a stretch of darkened road, along a row of one-story storehouses, full of stopped cars that had lost their owners, and frozen corpses. 2 goblins were eating there. Clinging to a frozen corpse, they were tearing and swallowing the flesh of the body, using their dog-like teeth. It was a pretty nasty thing to see. Goblins had the power and sharp teeth to bite the flesh out of a person, but that was based on the flesh of a living human being. Bodies of frozen people were different, and there was no shortage of cold. It didn't even taste good, and their cries complained about it. It was hard to swallow the flesh that had been ripped off, because there was nothing good about chewing, swallowing, or filling their stomach. It was a meal to live. The goblins, who had been struggling to survive, suddenly grabbed their necks. Kek, kek. The goblins who gasped began to struggle to live. Who? At that moment, a young man appeared, took a short breath and hit the head of the goblin with a baseball bat. Pack. A single eyeball shot out of the goblin's head halfway after the attack. The man used his momentum and hit the other one's head vertically. Kek. Its open mouth was slammed closed. It bit off its own tongue, and its teeth were shattered. The goblin dropped to the ground and spewed out blood like a fountain from its mouth. Bang Hyun-wook made a circle with his hand. On Sunmi appeared. She had a sharpened knife, turned the body of the fallen goblin over to face the sky, and put a sharp knife into the pit of the goblin's stomach. After that, she put her hand into the deep incision she had made. When she drew her arm out, gory to the elbow, a red jewel was caught at the end of her finger. She did the same thing with the other goblin, cutting into the softest part of the goblin's body in its gut, and plunged her arm in up to the heart, taking a jewel out. It was then that Kim Tae-hoon appeared. His right hand was holding a plastic lamp bottle, and he sprinkled kerosene on the goblin body. I'm still wondering why you're spraying kerosene. The only one who'll eat this body is a monster. I hope they eat them and get sick, Kim Tae-hoon explained briefly. In the meantime, On Sunmi wiped the blood off her hand with a towel and held out her palm to Kim Tae-hoon. Here. Kim Tae-hoon handed one of them to Bang Hyun-wook after he picked them up. Eat it. The two swallowed the monster stones, still warm with the blood of goblins, without a word. They swallowed against the strong taste of blood that made them want to vomit. Soon Bang Hyun-wook stroked the area near the pit of the stomach and said, I'm nearly full now. When Kim Tae-hoon started moving, the scenery that was unfolded in front of his party was the same as he had predicted. The monsters were eating the frozen bodies as if they were possessed by something. Kim Tae-hoon did not pass up such monsters. He hunted. And he put Bang Hyun-wook and On Sunmi on the front line. Bang Hyun-wook, watch out for the bat when you swing it. Never let go of the tension at the moment of attack. Yes. And On Sunmi. Order me. Stab these 2 dead eyes with that knife. At the words of Kim Tae-hoon, On Sunmi stabbed the red eye of the goblin with the end point of the knife without hesitation. With the eerie sound of the eye being destroyed, red liquid flowed out of goblin's eyes. It was like the tears of unjustly dead souls. Bang Hyun-wook watched the scene and took a short breath. It was a sight that he could not easily get used to. That was why Kim Tae-hoon ordered it. I am glad they got used to it so quickly. On Sunmi is a doctor, so she is adapting quickly. Unlike Kim Tae-hoon, Bang Hyun-wook and On Sunmi were ordinary people until less than a day ago. The public basically has a rejection of killing, and many people are unable to arrange chicken that has already been slaughtered, and they cannot even defeat her a chicken. They could not boldly stab a monster who was seeking their life. The momentary hesitation that happened then eventually cost them their lives. Kim Tae-hoon wanted to give Bang Hyun-wook and On Sunmi the experience of slaughter. It was an experience that human beings would normally never need to build up, but now they could not help it. From now on, they would have to kill something to live. And that's your destination, isn't it? In addition, there were not only monsters to worry about. We'll take a nap for a while and move on. What? We'll arrive at the military base if we move just a little bit more. No guard welcomes anyone who appears at night. If I had command of that army right now, and if any men approached at night, I would order them to fire if there was no answer 2 seconds after the warning. There was no guarantee that the soldiers of the military base, their destination, would welcome survivors. If the military base was operating normally now, it would set up on guard. The guards would be extremely nervous, because the price of a mistake was no longer running around the training ground with a military bag, nor cancelled out by a day's vacation or long vacation. Take a break. Above all, Kim Tae-hoon and his party were quite tired, and they needed a break. It took some energy to run away or fight. When the sun starts to rise, we approach the military base. Kim Tae-hoon found a place to take a nap for a while, but there was no suitable building to sleep. In the end, Kim Tae-hoon made an SUV vehicle into a lodging shelter. After opening the locked door with telekinesis, the three entered the vehicle. The car was cold, but it was warmer than any other place nearby, as they had been hunting a long distance through the bitterly cold wind. It was the first break that they had taken, but the rest was not long. Blam! By the time dawn was barely up, the gunfire that rang out instead of a rooster's cry woke them with the sun. Tutu. The gunfire came down like a heavy rain under the blue sky, as the night had just begun to retreat. Tutu. The gunfire was so powerful that it affected those who were far away. Wow, that's not a joke. It's different from the movies. Damn it, it's totally different from the movies. As the distance to the gunfire narrowed, Bang Hyun-wook spoke more and more. Who, On Sunmi continuously took in deep breaths and exhaled. That was the power of real gunfire. It was not what someone saw in the movies. The first time hearing it, legs would stiffen up and minds would freeze. Even if On Sunmi and Bang Hyun-wook lived in the land of Korea, they never heard real gunfire. It was evidence of their courage and the basis of obedience that they closed the distance to the gunfire at Kim Tae-hoon's order. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon was not surprised by the gunfire. The gunfire doesn't stop. Rather, he found meaning in the continuous shooting, that seemed to have no meaning, and drew a mental image based on it. And it's definitely moving, too. The problem was that the picture that was drawn was not a good picture. I'm not going to see anything good this time. Guns are very powerful weapons. The power of handguns as well as rifles simply ignores the expectations of the public. Once someone is shot, they can tell how ridiculous it is to see an actor struggling even after being shot several times in a movie. Of course, it was not something good to learn. It was clear that the guns were powerful for monsters such as orc and goblin, which Kim Tae-hoon and his party had encountered earlier. There was no reason to have such indiscriminate fire against one monster. The fact that they've survived so far means that at least they have stood up against the monsters they've encountered. The soldiers in the military base were now aware of things. If they were not aware, this battle would be the first time, but that did not make any sense. But now the gunshots were ringing out again and again. There would be two main cases. The number of monsters the soldiers were now dealing with was at least 100 units, or there was a scary monster that couldn't be dealt with using 1 or 2 gunshots. There was nothing good about either circumstance. Of course, the worst scenario was if the two were one. There was a powerful monster like a black orc, and it was the leader of a horde. Maybe a gun doesn't work on it. Maybe it was a type of monster that guns did not work on. It did not make sense, but conventional common sense did not apply to the world already. The presence of the dragon gave an important lesson to Kim Tae-hoon. Erupted. They heard a scream. The first screaming sound came over the green soundproof wall that Kim Tae-hoon and his party were looking at. Kim Tae-hoon stopped in front of the wall. Bang Hyun-wook and An Sunmi also stopped walking. Kim Tae-hoon turned his head to confirm the attitudes of the two. Of course, their faces were not good. Bang Hyun-wook, let's calm down. You survived there, relax. You're with Big Brother and just stay calm. Energy, yes you have energy. This bat will crush the *TTY monster's skull. Don't think anything, on Sunmi, all you have to do is follow orders. Don't think about things that are messy. You have to survive. You come here to survive. As soon as they crossed the wall, they would see the monster's screams and gunfire with their own eyes, and the scene could not be compared with horror or gore movies. The faces of those in front of them should be wary. Kim told the two of them, we need a car. Yes. At Kim Tae-hoon's sudden remark, Bang Hyun-wook and An Sunmi both posted a question mark on their face. Car. Oh, like a bus. An Sunmi recalled Kim Tae-hoon using the bus to kill the black orc. A bus is not bad, but I wish I had a truck, like a dump truck. Yes. If it were 15 tons. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon's eyes were filled with what he wanted. Good. 4. The landscape of a military base is always desolate. No matter how many trees are planted or if there is a lot of green grass, the desolation does not disappear. It is like a warning. A warning of the fact that a military base is not a beautiful, rich tableau, but a stage designed to kill something. Tutu. Tutu. Tutu tutu. And now the warning had become a reality. A group of 24 soldiers, in a semicircular formation, were pulling the triggers of the rifles on their shoulders sequentially, as if the gears were interlocking. Ki. 150 centimeter screaming goblins with brown skin were attacking them. The number of brown goblins that was attacking was significant. Just the visible ones were easily over 50. Arg. Save, save Sergeant Park, save. There were a lot of people being eaten alive on the ground by goblins. The number of brown goblins eating them was close to 100. It was an enormous number. But it wasn't the number that bothered the soldiers now. Damn it. Die. Die. Tutu tutu. However, the brown goblins did not stop running in front of the gunshots, which were starting to hurt the shoulders of the gunmen. Puck puck, puck puck. Whenever they were shot full of holes, the red eyes of brown goblins burned even redder. It was like a candle flaring before it went out. The brown goblins, which had been driven beyond their lives and were filled with madness, were faster than before, and their jumping power was greater. They were now even more frightening to the soldiers. Arg. Against all logic, a brown goblin, flying forward like a frog, struck a soldier. The moment he fell, it was over. Ki. Ki. The goblin who had attacked the soldier had lost its life, but the goblin's colleagues rushed over as if they had been waiting, and with their sharp teeth bit through both uniform and flesh. Aoe work. Corporal Kong, damn it. Kong Ael Hyun. The sight of someone being eaten alive was terrible for the victim and for the viewers. What was worse was that they couldn't point the gun at the brown goblins that were swarming their colleague. There was no companionship in a gun. The gunshot might end up in his colleague, instead of a goblin. Even if it was to relieve their pain, it could never be done easily. No, it was more difficult. Pulling the trigger to free a dying colleague from pain was a tough task compared to pulling the trigger toward an enemy, a monster. Only those who had a cool judgment and a true sense of friendship toward the fallen could pull it. Tututu. Cuck. Among the 24 survivors, now 23, the only one who knew how to do it was the commander, Second Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, who led the group. Everyone, stay with me. Don't panic. The number of enemies is decreasing. If we act calmly, we can clean up. Second Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. The cool appearance of a beautiful woman, but bushy eyebrows, strong eyes, and a nimble nose, which was rarely seen on a woman, gave the impression that she was not just a beauty, but a fierce beast. She also had a strong physique. She was a tall woman, at least 6 feet tall, so easily found among the soldiers who had gathered, and her military uniform was better fitted than anyone else. Tutu. Above all, her gunshots were the only ones with temperance. Even as she retreated from the front line, the muzzle of her gun was almost unshaken even when she pulled the trigger. She was killing her targets with as few shots as possible. Retreat to the church. There was no shaking in her voice. Her order was the only light that illuminated this unrealistic nightmare. The soldiers grit their teeth tightly. Tututu. Then they pulled the triggers again. They pulled the triggers without stopping back towards the dozens of goblins which were attacking unceasingly. To the church. Yes, let's go to the church, let's just go to the church. The purpose became clear. It was to reach the church about 200 meters away. It seemed impossible to do that. The confidence that they could do it naturally began to sprout in their minds. Ka-ang. But this cry made the soldiers' minds darken, and their sprouting hopes shrivel. Ah! The bastard monster! In their darkest moment, the soldiers were forced to think. The monsters suddenly attacked the military base ahead of the new year, when it was a normal time for people to be discharged. Among them, there was a huge monster that took hold of a person's body in the midst of a hail of gunfire and then ripped off his head. It leisurely ate the heads after catching people, even while being shot. No matter how much the body was filled with holes by the bullets, the monster recovered like a white sandy beach where the waves had passed. Ka-za. The monster that all the soldiers thought of became reality and appeared in front of them. It was a huge monster. The giant, 4 meters tall, was huge and unspeakable. It looked like a giant that was extremely obese. Its face was like a dough that had been crushed, the way its nose and cheeks were bulging out. Finally, its skin looked like mud. Its skin looked like it should be sloughing off it. Heck! Huck! The turbid cry of such a monster became an invisible shackle and tied the soldiers' feet. The soldiers, tied to their feet, looked at the monster with a bewildered expression. The ceaseless gunfire that had been raining incessantly stopped for the first time. Key. The area of the ceased gunfire was occupied by brown goblins. Key. The brown goblins began to move again. Retreat. In it, only Kim Soo-ji could shout. Tututu. Tututu. With that cry, she pointed the gun at the head of a brown goblin, not the giant monster that appeared, and pulled the trigger. Retreat at full speed. Her order followed the sound of the shot with a voice that was already hoarse. We will rebuild the line at the church. Retreat. At that moment, her rifle, which had been shooting out ceaselessly so far, sounded as if it had died. Tick, tick. Her expression hardened. Ah! It was the worst moment, the only light that shone in the darkness was disappearing. The focus was lost again in the eyes of the soldiers. Kim Soo-ji, who had been calm so far, was trembling at this moment. Honk! It was the honking of a huge dump truck coming toward them fast that woke them up. Honk! What? It's a truck. The sound of the honking horn repeatedly woke up the soldiers who were frozen. Honk! The dump truck that appeared did not stop. Without a moment's hesitation, the truck threw itself at the giant monster. When two giants collided, the enormous sound that reminded them of the thunder filled their ears. Honk! The eyes of the mad brown goblins changed in front of the unspeakable impact. Key! Key! For the first time, the brown goblins' eyes were filled with fear, as if they had come out of a trance. Stop shooting. We're here to help. A man's voice was heard in the stillness of the dump truck. Kim Soo-ji turned her head and looked at the speaker. She saw the road the dump truck created, a man walking down a bloody road of crushed and burst brown goblins, and a younger man following behind him. Kim Soo-ji asked him, "Who are you?" "Kim Tae-hoon," he answered briefly. Bang Hyun-wook, who was excited by the battle after Kim Tae-hoon, added, "Hunters. We are hunters hunting monsters." "Hunters?" Kim Soo-ji asked with a suspicious expression, at the words of Bang Hyun-wook. Kim Tae-hoon frowned briefly and answered, "Yes, we are hunters." That was all they had time to say. Ka! The scream of the mud troll monster hit by a dump truck and its amazing recovery ability did not allow them any more time for gossip. "We are hunters." The moment Kim Tae-hoon replied, the painful cry of the mud troll instantly shook the battlefield. Not only the soldiers but Kim Tae-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook who followed him turned their heads and looked at the body of the mud troll trampled by the dump truck. Obviously, it was a corpse. The dump truck turned the mud troll into a burst balloon, and not just that, but had crushed it with 6 giant wheels the height of a man. There was no other explanation than that it was just a crushed dead body. Now, however, the body that had to be a corpse was moving slowly, reforming its crushed head and snout, and spitting out a weak but clear cry through its overlong nose. It was a nightmare. Arg. Arg. We're going to die, and it will eat our heads. The survivors now were those who had experienced nightmares in front of them several times, not just once or twice. Second Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji was the same. What do we do now? Everything was a nightmare from the beginning. At the end of the year, there was no manual for a military force to respond to the sudden monster raids in the military base located in the metropolitan area, not the border. The damage was severe from the very beginning of the attack. The brown goblins began to hunt unarmed soldiers in a group. The worst was that the mud troll appeared in the drinking party of the executive officers ahead of the new year. Most of the commanding officers who had to give orders were slain by the mud troll. If she had been a less flexible soldier, she would have entered the mud troll's stomach early in the drinking party. Anyway, after that, Kim Soo-ji had to pay the price of being a survivor. She fought to survive with the remaining soldiers. To survive, she had to experience nightmares again and again. This mud troll, in particular, gave her despair beyond the nightmare. Weapons don't work against the mud troll. She had used all kinds of weapons against it, but the mud troll had never even made a pain sound in front of the powerful firearms. The only one thing that could stop such a mud troll was a sense of satiety. Of course, at this moment, Kim Soo-ji could not think of a way to deal with the mud troll. The inside of her head turned blank. "State your official rank and name." Kim Tae-hoon scolded her. "Yes. Your name." I am Kim Soo-ji. "Rank?" "Second Lieutenant." "Second Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, I'm leading the remaining survivors of the 1121st Unit." The glitter in Kim Soo-ji's eyes changed. She had a gut feeling. He is a soldier. The man in front of her, Kim Tae-hoon, was a soldier or a similar kind of military who had been through severe encounters several times. Furthermore, she felt something. He's a soldier, I'm sure. It felt like she had seen a man named Kim Tae-hoon somewhere. Anyway, Kim Tae-hoon's voice was like a lifeline to her, who was a soldier to the bone. "I need information about that muddy monster now." Soldiers don't have to worry about orders. It has the power to rip a man's body apart with its bare hands. It's about 4 meters in height, and it has the ability to recover quickly, even if it is wounded by a bullet. What about the firearm you used against it? Claymores didn't work, and an 81mm trench gun worked a little bit, but it not much. Ka. While Kim Tae-hoon and Kim Soo-ji talked, the screaming mud troll began to regenerate its upper body after its head. The sound of its screams grew louder and clearer. Of course, the fear that it emitted grew bigger and clearer. The general soldiers trembled, and now they were so scared that they couldn't even scream. Wow, that's not AF King joke. On the contrary, Bang Hyun-wook spit out his feelings in front of the screaming mud troll. Kim Tae-hoon shouted at Bang Hyun-wook. Bang Hyun-wook. Yes, big brother. Clean around. Yes. At that order, Bang Hyun-wook grabbed his bat without hesitation. His bat began to take in the energy that flowed through his body. Okay. Bang Hyun-wook knew now. To survive, he needed the power to deal with the monsters he faced more clearly. So he tried to survive and to find ways to use his power more efficiently and more powerfully. In the process, Bang Hyun-wook was able to realize some of the ways to wield his energy. I know now how to use the power in my gut. It was not only energy that strengthened his body, but with a little difficulty, it could also wrap around an object in hand. The power of that was enormous. Pack. His swing crushed a brown goblin's head like a rotten pumpkin. Bang Hyun-wook shouted between the scattered flesh, blood, and brain fluid, Bucheon High School, number 5 batter, Bang Hyun-wook is here. Come on, you bastards. The aura of Bang Hyun-wook changed as he spoke. If Bang Hyun-wook's reason learned to deal with his energy, his instincts learned to take advantage of the fight. To deal with monsters, he had to be a monster. Second Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, stop shooting and get ready for the alert. Kim Tae-hoon ordered Kim Soo-ji, leaving Bang to do his thing. Stop shooting. Alert. It was a difficult order to understand. At this desperate moment, the mud troll is recovering and still has 20 brown goblins left. How can we stop shooting and get ready for an alert? Stop shooting. Set the line and turn to alert. Kim Soo-ji's orders were immediately followed like a soldier, excluding any doubts. Of course, there were not many soldiers who quickly fulfilled her orders. Still unable to overcome their fear of the mud troll, the soldiers in a state of fear were told not to shoot. Put the gun down. Put it down. Only the most important part, the warnings that had been received hundreds of times, had instinctively been implemented. The soldiers lowered their muzzles to the floor. But none of the survivors are mad. Kim Tae-hoon was forced to give up on the soldiers' help. There was nothing more dangerous than a mad soldier. At the same time, Kim Tae-hoon was confident that he could handle the brown goblins even if he did not have the soldiers' help. Kim Tae-hoon's gaze left the soldiers and headed for the battlefield. The muddy monster is still recovering. It will take about 40 seconds to recover. He checked the mud troll's condition. The number of goblins with brown skin surviving was 21, but more than half of them were seriously injured. It was bigger and more aggressive than the green goblins he dealt with at the large mart, but the combat risk was actually lower than it was then. He measured the number, condition, and location of the brown goblins. Yayayayup. He also confirmed the ability of Bang Hyun-wook, who was doling out ruthless violence toward a brown goblin. On Sunmi, is coming. He noted the presence of an SUV approaching him. At the end of his assessments, Kim Tae-hoon pulled a revolver from his waistband. At the same time, Kim Tae-hoon looked at the brown goblin nearby running at him. The brown goblin stiffened as their eyes met. Kim Tae-hoon used his chain of telekinesis and wrapped it around the neck of the brown goblin. Cuck. As soon as the brown goblin grabbed its neck with both hands as it strangled, Kim Tae-hoon pointed the gun at it. Bang! A bullet mark was made in the brown goblin's brow. Precise fire. It was a shot that had to be accurate. Kim Tae-hoon could now put bullets into the head of a crazy, raving beast. It was boring, in a sense, to shoot a target whose movement was limited by his own telekinesis, and it was the reason for his confidence. Kim Tae-hoon's shots were so efficient that the brown goblins seemed rather pitiful. One shot, one kill. Kim Tae-hoon had consumed only one bullet against each brown goblin, which had been bleeding from dozens of bullets so far, and which had been burning away the murderous spirit rather than letting it build. 6 bullets used, 6 bodies fell down with blood spilling from their heads. Kim Tae-hoon immediately filled the ammunition after he dropped the spent shells from the cylinder of the revolver. In the meantime, Bang Hyun-wook, seemingly competing with Kim Tae-hoon, had smashed the heads of 2 brown goblins with a single swing. Oh, a 2-run home run. He was like a lawnmower, cutting down the grass mercilessly. Kim Tae-hoon, who had filled all the cylinders during Bang Hyun-wook's performance, started shooting again quickly. This time it was a little faster. He pulled the trigger without a break. The revolver's cylinder was emptied in a flash as if it were a fast-draw game testing accuracy in the shortest amount of time. Of course, the 5 shots that had passed in a flash were not wasted. They penetrated exactly 5 brown goblins' foreheads. So Kim Tae-hoon put down 11 goblins. I got 7. Bang Hyun-wook yelled after killing the 7th goblin. 3 of them were left. I'll take 2. 2 of the goblins rushed toward Bang Hyun-wook, screaming, and the remaining 1 rushed toward Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon did not use a shot for the goblin. Even though there was still 1 bullet left, he holstered the revolver. Then he grabbed his empty right hand and injected his telekinesis into it. Kim Tae-hoon's fist turned black. He put his fist, which was covered with the black armor and which would be not hurt easily, into the forehead and above the nose of the brown goblin. Crock. 1 fist broke the brown goblin's nose, its eyeballs were crushed, and even its face crumpled. It was the result of a 33 strength stat and the black skin acquired from the black orc. Big brother, I'm done. The battle had taken 30 seconds, and the brown goblins were cleaned up. The soldiers, including Kim Soo-ji, saw this scene and regained their courage. What is this? What is this? Are we dreaming? It was not because of fear, but because it was so ridiculous. Well, that easy. It seemed like a dream to be able to so easily kill monsters that have been so deadly to them. Obviously, it was not a nightmare, nor a dream. Blood began to return to the faces of the soldiers. But what really mattered was still right there. The mud troll, calling out loudly and angrily. After the restoration of its upper body, the monster started to regenerate its lower body and look around with orange eyes, smacking its lips again. It was ready to show off its picky, disgusting habit of eating only the head. Kim Tae-hoon said to On Sun-mi, who was driving the SUV, On Sun-mi, open the trunk. I opened it. He tore open the back doors and pulled out a plastic container. He turned its blue lid, and the strong smell of gasoline came out. Kim Tae-hoon threw the gas jug toward the mud troll some distance away. It was crazy, it did not make common sense. It was not easy to lift the weight of a 5-gallon container. But throw it? It couldn't be done. The sight of it flying was hard to believe. However, the plastic jug that Kim Tae-hoon threw flew away lightly, spilling gasoline. Did it stop? What was more surprising was that the plastic container flying in a perfect parabola stopped directly on top of the head of the mud troll, and it began to vomit gasoline like a waterfall. The mud troll made a confused sounding, not knowing why the gasoline was running over its whole body. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon drew his revolver again and pulled the trigger. The last bullet the pistol fired went through the plastic container. Flames erupted, instantly covering the mud troll's head, washing down its body like clothes. At that moment, the mud troll began to cry for the first time, not to cause fear, but in pain. At the same time, its body began to harden like clay. The soldiers, including 2nd Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, looked at the scene silently and soullessly. And Kim Tae-hoon. Snap. Took a shot of the scene on his smartphone and checked the picture. Mud Troll's flesh. Mud Troll's flesh has excellent wound healing ability. Rubbing on a wound will treat the wound, and eating it will temporarily increase the ability to recover. It was the first time that the human race understood the value of a mud troll. The flames on the mud troll's body did not burn very long. Beneath the flames that had burned themselves out, there was only a hardened lump of mud. It was a sight beyond belief. No one knew that the weakness of the monster, which turned nearly 100 soldiers, including officers and other soldiers, into headless corpses, was the flames produced by the gasoline. It was also the fear of ignorance. If they did not know, they would die. The mud troll was one of the symbols that told them that such an era had come. On Sunmi, try to treat the wounded with the flesh of the mud troll. Kim Tae-hoon was an early adapter in this era. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon was making strong attempts to get rid of his ignorance. If there's any gas left, there might be a problem with the toxicity of gasoline. Most of the gasoline will have been burned away with the flames. But if there's a problem it's better to use the troll's flesh to test it than to let a man who's been bitten by a monster with excessive bleeding or infection die without proper treatment. The mud troll's flesh had information that it helped treat wounds and improve recovery. Now was the time to get a better grip on this information. As he said, ignorance is now death. It was time to learn things properly. His instruction was reasonable enough in that sense. Because it was so reasonable, On Sunmi could not even raise a question toward Kim Tae-hoon's order. I see. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. Kim Tae-hoon called out to Kim Soo-ji, who was standing upright when On Sunmi replied. Yes. She walked forward as if waiting for an order. We're going to start treating the wounded. I want 3 soldiers to help On Sunmi. I understand. She immediately called over 3 healthy soldiers and gave them orders. 3 soldiers, of course, did not have any doubts about treating the wounded. What? I need that monster's body over there. Until On Sunmi asked them to bring the flesh of the crumpled mud troll, now solid like a piece of pottery. Is she crazy? Why do we have to bring over the flesh of that monster? Why? Isn't that alive? If we touched it, and it could come to life. Do as you are told. There must be something. As On Sunmi and 3 soldiers moved to treat the wounded, Kim Soo-ji spoke up, Can I ask you a question? I'll hear and answer you. Did you see me at the army headquarters 5 years ago? It was an unexpected question, but Kim Tae-hoon could come up with the answer. The granddaughter of Brigadier General Kim Jae-ryong. You must have been the one with Major General Chang Young-sung at that time. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon's expression hardened, for 2 reasons. You have a good memory. One was because of the name of Major General Chang Young-sung. The other one was because of the history of Brigadier General Kim Jae-ryong. Brigadier General Kim Jae-ryong was the commander of the 60th Division, the head of the Capital Defense Command. The commander of the 60th Division under the Capital Defense Command was not a normal position. At least, it was a position of power that could dispatch troops to save the granddaughter in Bucheon, not far from Seoul. Of course, Brigadier General Kim Jae-ryong had retired 3 years ago, but the influence of those stars did not disappear easily after retirement. The granddaughter of a real power. Brigadier General Kim Jae-ryong was not in the wrong lineage. Command of the 60th Division was not a place where a man of the wrong lineage could sit. Now, however, Kim Soo-ji had survived by her own efforts without such a background. Seoul is also in trouble. It meant that Seoul has not been properly defended under the existence of the Capital Defense Command. The worst imagination is a reality. He had expected it. When he saw the dragon flying from the direction of Seoul and heading for Incheon across Bucheon, he did not expect Seoul to play a further role as a capital. But it was a different story to make an expectation, and to meet the basis for making such an expectation a reality. Does the army know about this situation? Kim Soo-ji, who did not know the mind of Kim Tae-hoon, asked first. If I had known, I wouldn't have come here, and if the military had known, your grandfather would have called you home, Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. Kim Soo-ji closed her mouth tight. She had guessed that, too. Her grandfather's background was not something she could run away from. Then. The emergence of monsters has been made nationwide, and according to expectations, the cities of Bucheon, as well as Seoul and Incheon, have been virtually paralyzed. Perhaps all the cities in the country are in a similar state, and the military is probably non-functional. Oh, my God, Kim Soo-ji blurted out. For her, whose survival was the top priority, and who had barely completed the goal, the reality and truth facing her were terrible. Kim Tae-hoon closed his eyes. Actually, the army now is not what I know. But there was hope. Hope that the military might play a minimal role in this situation through its own lack of communication. But now that expectation is meaningless. In this situation, there would be virtually no help from the military. In order to survive, we have to survive by ourselves and by our own hands. While Kim Tae-hoon was thinking about it, he looked at his right hand and the mark of an awakener. And he remembered the dragon, the crazy monster. What we need now is not the army, but a monster that can hunt the monsters. We must become monsters before the monsters eat us. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon's complicated thoughts cleared up. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. Yes. Take the bodies around, collect them in one place, and bring all the survivors, including the wounded, together. 3. The crystal of a mud troll. Strength increases when ingested. Defense skill increases when ingested. You can acquire the power of mud troll at the time of ingestion, the vitality of troll. Kim Tae-hoon looked at the orange jewel on his smartphone, a picture of the monster stone of the mud troll, and he looked at the orange jewel on his palm. All gathered. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji said, keeping her posture straight as always. As she spoke, the 23 survivors of the 1121 unit gathered together. Looking at them, Kim Tae-hoon started talking with an orange jewel in his hand. He started talking about the incident at the supermarket, of the mark of an awakener, and of the monster stone, and the dragon. This is the reality we're in, he finished. Everyone who heard the story kept their mouths shut and remained silent. Is this really real? Is it possible? Am I dreaming? Will Mom and Dad be okay? *T, I've got a month before I was discharged from the military. A month. Why would this ever happen to me? The present situation did not even give them room to be embarrassed, and Kim Tae-hoon did not give them time to think. I'm done with all the information, and I'll start with my personal story. I will take all the monster stones from the monsters that you hunted here. The one-sided notice gave everyone a blank look. What is he talking about? If it's a monster stone, it's an item that raises the stats of awakeners. Kim Tae-hoon clearly told them the importance of the monster stones. After dissecting one of the collected goblin bodies, he removed the monster stone from its heart and took a picture of it on his smartphone and showed it to them. He even said that monster stones would replace gunpowder in the future war. He also said he would monopolize all the monster stones, which could be obtained from the dead monsters. It was like telling them that a jewel was valuable, and he would take them all. Wait a minute. You just said that the monster stones were valuable. If it's a monopoly, you are going to eat all of them, aren't you? Clearly, the monster bodies in the military base were caught by us. Instinctive questions popped out all over. What is your life worth? Kim Tae-hoon stopped their questions with a short word. The soldiers went quiet. Kim Tae-hoon continued his speech, staring at them. This is the price of the information. If you raise your hand, I will give you the right to speak. No one raised their hand, of course. The value of their lives and this information was not cheap at all, and it was also clear that they owed Kim Tae-hoon their lives. It was not a time to be cheap. Do you need more time to raise your hands? But more importantly, it was the fact that the lives of those who remained now depended on Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon was an umbrella. If someone dropped out from under the umbrella because of antagonism, then they had to face the monsters on their own. If they faced a monster like a mud troll after leaving Kim Tae-hoon, it meant that the life he barely saved would become a wasteful lump of manure. I suppose there's no objection to my opinion. Above all, only 2 of the soldiers who had survived, one of whom was Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, had the mark of an awakener. For the remaining 21, monster stones were like a pearl necklace on a pig's neck. A pearl necklace on a pig's neck means that a thief who coveted the necklace may catch and kill him at any time. Then there is no debt going forward. Kim Tae-hoon gave final notice to the silent ones, and at the same time, he swallowed the orange jewel from the mud troll that he held in his hand. Ah! Monster stone. It was a gesture that announced the deal was over. With this, Kim Tae-hoon was now the owner of hundreds of monster stones that had been killed all over the 1121 unit. Whether he ate the monster stones or sells them, it is now at his discretion. The survivors, in return, no longer need to owe Kim Tae-hoon a debt of life. What I am doing now is a new proposal. Of course, the fact that they needed an umbrella of Kim Tae-hoon had not changed. From now on, I will be creating a clan, and I will be taking applicants who will serve as my clan members, not as soldiers. Everyone was surprised at this proposal. What? Clan. The same was true of Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. What the hell? She thought that Kim Tae-hoon would act as their commander in the name of the army. But this way, did he want to start a private organization? At that moment, Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji could only recall. 5 years ago, she passed the entrance exam to the military academy, visited the army headquarters and talked with her grandfather. That is Major General Chung Young-sung, who greeted me a little while ago. If you graduate from the military academy and become a soldier, avoid meeting him personally and publicly. There is nothing good with being tied up with him in any way. It was the first warning that her grandfather, Brigadier General Kim Jae-ryung, ever gave her. I ask you, what does the word clan mean? She spoke out. It will be a private organization that moves with my orders and instructions, not the military's instructions or orders. And you mean, you intend to use the military's weapons for your own benefit? If it's in your private interest to work hard to survive, you can judge it that way. At the word to survive, Kim Soo-ji had to keep her mouth shut. As soon as she was silent, no one else could speak. With their mouths shut, they fell into the agony of choice. Leave the army and join a private organization. A private organization using military weapons. What crime will be applied? Desertion? Rebellion? I can't die like this. If I want to live anyway, I'd better take out a gun or a grenade. But if I get caught? Accepting Kim Tae-hoon's proposal was actually a criminal act. It is a criminal act so great that they could not easily measure the sentence. They had no choice but to suffer over the choice. However, Kim Tae-hoon did not even give them the opportunity to agonize over their choices anymore. Those who do not like my offer will be survivors, and they survive on their own. At his words, no one was worried about the choice anymore. The first clan in Korea, consisting of 26 people, including Kim Tae-hoon, was created that way. Kim put a red gem in his mouth and swallowed it. His breath, after he swallowed it and breathed out, smelled of blood. Through the bloody smell, Kim Tae-hoon put in another red gem. Phew, behind him, Bang Hyun-wook's long sigh came out. I can't eat anymore. I can't eat. Following the sigh came a short speech. He was not really talking to himself. They were words spoken to let Kim Tae-hoon know. Kim Tae-hoon swallowed another red jewel, instead of answering. He was like a machine. Bang Hyun-wook, watching him, stuck his tongue out. "You're a great brother. I've hardly eaten 30, and you've almost finished with more than 80. Bang Hyun-wook recollected what had just happened. After finishing the mud troll hunting, Kim Tae-hoon declared the creation of the clan on the spot and received applicants. Of course, the applicants were forced. There was not a single person who wanted to be thrown into a world full of monsters. After that, Kim Tae-hoon took the nearby church as a base camp and started collecting monster stones. The monster corpses were everywhere. It was hard to collect all the monster corpses in a short time. Also, the number of monsters still surviving on the base was not small in number, so only the monster corpses were collected. Nevertheless, the number of monster stones collected exceeded 100. Kim Tae-hoon ate most of the monster stones collected. It was a monopoly. No matter who looked at it, Kim Tae-hoon's greed was beyond excessive, and they could not help but think that it was too much. Kim Tae-hoon knew that well. Gulp. A strong smell of blood rose from his gut. There was always some left on the stone after digging it out of the corpse of a goblin. They hadn't really bothered to clean them properly after collecting them. Kim Tae-hoon closed his mouth to endure his rising disgust. He looked around with his mouth clamped shut. Soldiers resting in the church. He felt the gaze of those who had become his subordinates now. When Kim Tae-hoon tried to meet their eyes, they hurriedly avoided his gaze. It was only a moment later when they exchanged glances. But it was not hard to read their gazes. They see me as a greedy monster. He was sure that his men did not see him as a great leader who they could trust, follow, and respect. That was why he could be confident. Their new leader, in their eyes, was skilled, but a greedy dictator. It was normal to see it that way. So far, Kim Tae-hoon's actions had been self-righteous, and right now Kim Tae-hoon was right to be greedy. This will be a risk someday, but... The reason why Kim Tae-hoon was greedy, even though he knows it was disturbing, was because he was assessing the situation more realistically than anyone else. Gulp. I can't help it, for now. Kim Tae-hoon took the last jewel into his hand, and snapshot his hand with a smartphone camera. Basic abilities. Strength, 60. Health, 42. Special abilities. Energy, E rank. Mana, E rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, E rank. Mana resistance, E rank. Achieved abilities. Black skin, grade 6. The vitality of troll, grade 6. The power of the mud troll consumes energy to increase recovery speed. He saw his strength had exceeded 60 points and the ability, vitality of troll, he had newly acquired. Kim Tae-hoon clenched his fist after confirming the data. This is great. He knew, even without breaking anything, that his power was already beyond human. At least now, Kim Tae-hoon would be able to show enough power that he will not lose even if he fought the beasts with his body. This was the result of a monopoly. If Kim Tae-hoon had shared the monster stones according to a fair or very reasonable calculation like someone else, there would not have been such a result. Of course, it was not bad to distribute monster stones fairly and rationally. No one hates rationality. Most things must be treated reasonably, because what is not rational is eventually distorted, and one day it will collapse. The problem is that the situation in which he was in now was a state of insane reason. But it's still a long way short. Humanity now faced a new enemy called monsters, and awakeners had appeared to deal with such monsters. Simply put, it meant that when the awakeners hunted monsters, mankind could survive. Of course, the awakeners must get rid of them. The dragon. This much power to deal with. The dragon. A monster that scared all living creatures just by being present. If Kim Tae-hoon had not experienced the appearance of the dragon, he would have planned to build a balanced power rather than a monopoly. By collecting awakeners and then improving the overall power, he would have created an efficient monster hunter group. The monster stones that were secured immediately would have been distributed under the concept of the right man in the right place. But now, if he ran such an efficient group, it might take more than 10 years to build the power and capacity to kill the dragon. In the meanwhile, there is no guarantee that the dragon would remain silent. At this level, it is not just not enough, but far from enough. And there was no guarantee that there would be only one dragon, and there was no guarantee that there would not be a monster more terrible than the dragon. Therefore, what was needed in this situation was not an efficient solution. Something extreme was needed. Not hundreds or thousands of well-made arrows, but an extremely sharp spear was needed. It was necessary. The clan, founded by Kim Tae-hoon, was a tool for making such an extreme sharp spear. This amount is not enough. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon would take most of the monster stones the clan acquired. Naturally, if the army functioned properly, Kim Tae-hoon did not have to worry about this, nor would he have to do this. We can't expect the help of the nation right now. Kim Tae-hoon had completely abandoned any expectations from the military. If the Capital Defense Command has collapsed, most of the rear units will have collapsed, and only the front line will have survived the battle with the monsters, but it will be isolated. It will be hard to hold on for a month if they don't get supplies. We must abandon expectations and assume the worst. If the front line collapses in that situation, it is the worst of all. If the monsters that destroyed North Korea come down, and the moment the front line collapses, it will be actually on the edge of a cliff. Kim Tae-hoon, who had assumed the worst of all, once again looked at the mark on his right hand, the mark of an awakener. The only way to survive on that cliff, is to climb the cliff. There was something Kim Tae-hoon had realized as he came and went on a myriad of battlefields. There was nothing as meaningless as praying for something to reach out and save you. If someone wanted a hero of legend to appear and save the world, it was just like expecting a lottery win when not buying a ticket. If I want to live, I have to make a way to live. So Kim Tae-hoon got up. Attention! At the words of Kim Tae-hoon, the attention of those who had avoided his eyes focused on him. We'll clean up the monsters in the base in 2 hours. Our first destination is an arsenal. After securing the arsenal, we'll finish supplying. The second is to sweep the rest of the monsters in the base. After eliminating the monsters, we will secure the monster stones from the monster corpses we have killed. Then we will take a rest. After completing the one-sided notice, Kim Tae-hoon looked at On Sunmi. On Sunmi, how are the conditions of the injured? On Sunmi, who was checking the wounds of the injured, replied with some disbelief, there's no problem moving them. Even while speaking, On Sunmi could not believe what she had seen. The fact was that men who had their flesh torn off, been hurt with injuries they'd have for the rest of their lives, and those who would be out of action for months, had been treated neatly by the monster's flesh, making the medical arts she had learned by dedicating most of her life a minor skill. Of course, her thoughts were not considered by Kim Tae-hoon. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, what about the key to the arsenal? I have it. Are there any questions? Kim Tae-hoon gave them the right to ask questions for the first time. No one raised their hand. They were soldiers. There are no questions for soldiers. There are only two things, orders, and action. If someone raised his hand and asked questions in this situation, he was not a soldier. I have a question, what about our plans after we secure the arsenal, clean up the rest of the unit and rest? There is nothing decided yet. Why don't we go to Bucheon Stadium? Why? There's a museum there, and if there's anything like the boss has said. I can call you boss, right? Anyway, isn't it very likely that the relics that the boss mentioned are there? For your information, there is also a Bao museum. Kim Tae-hoon studied the person who had asked the question. A small figure, a mouse-like appearance, the face of a man in his early or mid-20s with a look to be wary of, rather than a favorable impression. What's your name? I'm Jang Sung-hoon, and I'm 22 now that the new year has passed. His name was Jang Sung-hoon. What did you do in society? Ah, I did a little this and that, but I did not have only one exact job. Tell me 3 things you did in society. I have forged art, stolen goods, and smuggled them. His job was being a criminal. How about that? Is it worth it? Yes, this is enough for driving. Okay. At the words of the driver of the dump truck, a soldier in the passenger seat pulled his head over the window and shouted. No problem for driving. There was Kim Soo-ji, who the words were meant for. She immediately told the soldiers waiting. Clean the cargo bed of the dump truck. At her order, the soldiers climbed up the loading dock of the dump truck. In the meantime, in the other place, On Sunmi checked the condition of the wounded. The reaction of the pupil of your eye is normal. Do you feel dizziness or vomiting? I'm fine. What about the wound? It is itching a little. Itchy, is it hard to bear? No, not that much. He should have been crippled for life, even if he had the right surgery quickly. But his condition was treated in just 1 hour and the after effect is just itching. If this recovery effect is also effective in the internal organs. Wait a minute, if the effect of the mud troll and the treatment from a glass of therapy are overlapped, wouldn't it be possible to expect an even higher recovery? I'll have to study this, as soon as the conditions are met. The injured were in excellent condition. The flesh effect of the mud troll was so effective that it left her speechless. Bang Hyun-wook was shoveling against the body of the mud troll, which was only seen as a heap of mud. It was not an easy task. The mud troll's flesh was much heavier than ordinary soil, and it was thick enough to remind him of a mudflat. It was not easy to put the shovel in the mud without using great force, and it was also not easy to dig out. Already the average soldiers shoveling were injured from a slight twist of the wrist. So it became Bang Hyun-wook's job. After Kim Tae-hoon, Bang Hyun-wook was the one with the highest level of strength. Oh, God, look at that shoveling. It's amazing. If a quartermaster saw that shoveling, he would be startled. He could dig the whole mountain out. Such shovel work from Bang Hyun-wook was technically excellent, apart from his power. Even the soldiers who were veterans at shoveling looked at him with surprise. I didn't know I would be shoveling here to make the mound. However, Bang Hyun-wook's feeling at his shoveling was not so good. He was not unaware of the importance of shoveling. The mud troll's flesh was literally life in situations where there was no right medical service at the moment. But it was a completely different story when things were important and were worthwhile to do. So Bang Hyun-wook shoveled. Vitality began to bloom in the military base, where there was thought to be only death, despair, and nightmares. Kim Tae-hoon was savoring the coffee he had used with the coffee dripper. In front of him was Jang Sung-hoon, sipping coffee in a paper cup. Oh, it smells good. Is it from Colombia? At the words of Jang Sung-hoon, Kim Tae-hoon looked at him gently as he savored his coffee. Or Ethiopia. You have a good talent for coffee. You look like a barista. Kim Tae-hoon still had coffee in his mouth. Jang Sung-hoon swallowed what he was about to say. Kim Tae-hoon swallowed the coffee that he had been drinking, before asking, "What do you want?" There was an awkward smile on Jang Sung-hoon's lips. Huh, you're not a normal person either. At those words, Kim Tae-hoon drank coffee instead of answering again. It was a signal. As he savored the coffee, he would keep his mouth shut, signaling that the other should say what he wanted to say. A signal to imagine what will happen if he says something wrong. Jang Sung-hoon did not make any more ass-kissing noises about Kim Tae-hoon. First, the reason why I talked about my criminal record is that what I have to say is related to it. Jang Sung-hoon had told him that there was a museum in the nearby Bucheon Stadium. So far, there was no problem. Anyone could have told him that. The information that there was a museum there was not strictly confidential. However, after that, Jang Sung-hoon revealed that he was a criminal and had a criminal career. That was a problem. Even if society had broken down, it is not good to confess to a crime. Moreover, Jang Sung-hoon's was likely not to have confessed sins already punished. He was 22 years old. If he had done all the art forging, stolen goods, and smuggling, and been punished for it, he would have been in and out of prison once or twice. If he had spent a long time in prison, he wouldn't be in the army. His colleagues didn't know he was a criminal. When Jang Sung-hoon confessed, the reactions of his colleagues could be inferred easily. In other words, he had made his first confession. So why did he do it? Why did he reveal at this moment that he was a criminal had not been caught? I think a lot of people know the location of the museum. Frankly, that isn't very helpful. But you know what? I know a few rich people who know where and how to smuggle, donate counterfeit goods and keep their genuine works, or keep their art for investing in bribery. The reason was simple. If a criminal spits it out, he has information that is reliable. There are two things I want. One is life. If you think I'm useful, the boss will protect me before anyone else. For your protection, I have a lot of good information. Instead of answering, Kim Tae-hoon exhaled. The aroma of strong coffee came out. The second reason is that I want to take a share. While savoring the scent, he watched Jang Sung-hoon's eyes as the man continued to speak. A fierce beast's eyes, which did not match the appearance of the mouse, showed the glitter of the eyes of an eagle. I won't hide it. Now that society has become a mess, it will eventually create a new society. After the Korean War, the world improved in the end. Instead, a new order will be established. You said, hunter. Perhaps the hunter will be the power of the new order. While speaking, Jang Sung-hoon tapped on his right hand with his left index finger. But unfortunately, I can't be a hunter. And I don't think I can be a great hunter like the boss, if possible. So I have to stick to you. I can be a fox, if I am stuck on the back of a tiger. He could hear Kim Tae-hoon swallowing. My first priority is survival. It is my first priority to eat monster stones and build up my strength and to increase the power of the army that cannot do the job I do. I do not intend to take my share right away. At his words, Jang Sung-hoon swallowed. *T, is he really doing this to save the world? Is he going to be a warrior of justice? He thought that he had uselessly exposed his personal greed and touched the other person's wrath. Kim Tae-hoon was thinking about whether humans really wanted to become heroes of justice, who acted out of the desire to save the world. So if you want to get your share, take it yourself. Don't think I'll take care of it, Kim Tae-hoon answered shortly. Hoo, Jang Sung-hoon gave a long sigh instead of an answer. Kim Soo-ji came in. We've completed the remodeling of the dump truck. We'll start the operation in half an hour. With that word, Kim Tae-hoon took something out of the bag next to him, which contained coffee, a portable pot, and coffee drawer. Before then, we'll take a rest. Divide and smoke. It was nothing other than a carton of cigarettes. 2. The 1121 unit was a monster den, and there were so many monsters that it was not an exaggeration to say that. Most of them were brown goblins. Those were so strong that they couldn't be compared with goblins with green skin. They had aggressiveness and the will to fight, and it was more difficult to deal with them than ordinary goblins. Unless the heart and head were destroyed, soldiers had to consume dozens of shots to kill the monsters which were rushing into their bullets. Kim Tae-hoon knew the fact well, so he brought it along. A dump truck, a giant monster. Of course, it was not simply to break the mud troll that he brought the dump truck. Making the dump truck's back end into a mobile shooting board was the decisive reason why Kim Tae-hoon brought a dump truck. The presence of the dump truck was really absolute. The brown goblin's aggressive behavior towards the running dump truck had not diminished at all, but the battle was totally different from when there were no dump trucks. The clinging brown goblins fell so helplessly that the madness of the past was erased. Also, there was a completely different sense of stability for a soldier who pulled the trigger from the back end made of steel on the dump truck. Take your time and shoot it right. Save your ammunition. Yes. The overwhelming tactical advantage made it possible. The psychological stability of that advantage had increased the accuracy of the soldiers to an unmatched level. The soldiers who pulled the trigger decisively, now Kim Tae-hoon's soldiers, were full of wrath to vent. I'll kill you, you bastards. Let's dry the seeds. The body of the brown goblins piled up on the roads the dump truck ran past, victims of righteous anger. However, there was no Kim Tae-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook in the scene. 3. Tututu. Kim Tae-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook were moving far away from the place where the shooting sounded faintly. They were alert and careful. They could see the brown goblins running toward the dump truck and the commotion it was causing. They're not just moving randomly, as Big Brother said, Bang murmured to himself. It was clear that there was a purpose in the actions of those who moved toward the dump truck, exactly as if they were ordered. It was a completely different movement from the monsters that had focused on visible targets so far. It was why Kim Tae-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook moved separately. There's something behind them, as Big Brother said. It's great. How does he know this? Kim Tae-hoon immediately had a hunch when he saw a system in the fight with the brown goblins. That there is a leader. If there was a system in the fighting, it meant that there was something to give orders and command. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon was looking for the leader, tracking back the brown goblins running towards the dump truck. Stop. He found the goblin pack outside the base. About 400 meters ahead. Yeah, I see it. The view was dim, but there was no shortage of weirdness at the sight. Karsia Shausnia. A tall, 6-foot-tall, horned brown goblin with orange eyes, was exhaling like a magic spell. Red breath flowed out of the goblin's mouth in serpentine streams, and it was sucked into the mouths of the goblins around it. The eyes of the brown goblin who had inhaled the red breath went wild, and they immediately began to run in the direction of the dump truck. Now I've seen all kinds of things, damn it. Bang Hyun-wook, who looked at the scene, swallowed without knowing it. Even Big Brother can't kill it. Strange as it was, it seemed impossible to say that even Kim Tae-hoon would be able to deal with such a large group with only the two of them. Even with a gun, it seemed impossible to hit an enemy more than 400 meters away with an automatic rifle, not a sniper rifle. Even if it were hit, it would just be a warning informing it of the location of the two of them. It seemed wise to come back with those who he was in charge of, after retreating safely. However, Kim Tae-hoon's choice was different. Bang! A sudden shot. Ah! Kim Tae-hoon said to Bang Hyun-wook, who was startled by the gunshot, let's go back. In the eyes of Bang Hyun-wook, there was no more sign of a goblin with horns doing strange things. He could only see a pack of goblins who seemed to be confused. Kim Tae-hoon was looking at the pictures on his smartphone. Hobgoblin's crystal. The skill of mana increases when ingested. The skill of mana resistance increases when ingested. The power of a hobgoblin sense, can be acquired when ingested. Kim Tae-hoon's fingers flicked through the picture. Hobgoblin's horn. The horn of hobgoblin has a mysterious power. Some of the effects of that power are exercised when ingested. He flipped the picture again. Basic abilities. Strength, 69. Health, 45. Special abilities. Energy, E rank. Mana, E+ rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, E rank. Mana resistance, E+ rank. Achieved abilities. Black skin, grade 6. The vitality of troll, grade 6. Hobgoblin sense, grade 6. You can sense and understand the presence of a stronger enemy than yourself earlier and more accurately. Kim Tae-hoon took his eyes off his smartphone when he got to the picture with the mark of his right hand. Kim Tae-hoon looked up. He saw a fairly wide training ground, the bodies of the monsters all over the ground, soldiers atop the corpses and practicing the dissection of corpses to get the hearts out, and soldiers who had already come out of the area and smoking with bloody hands. He listened to them talking. I didn't know I'd dissect monsters in my life. My hands are still shaking. So are mine. *T, but this damn hard work makes the cigarette taste excellent, excellent. The faces of the soldiers spitting out cigarette smoke were fatigued. It has been a really long damn day. Has it been a day? I think the clock is wrong. I can't believe it's January 1st. It seems that it's been about 10 years. It was a day of eternity. The traces were also on Kim Tae-hoon's face. A day has passed. Kim Tae-hoon could not easily believe that the year he looked up and was prepared to fall was the new year, 2017. A long sigh came from his mouth. White breath steamed in front of him. Memories of the past began to grow dim after hard work and proper rest for more than 24 hours. The faces of many people came to his mind. Now the faces could only be seen in memory. At the same time, his expression hardened. A woman approached Kim Tae-hoon. We've divided and loaded the weapons into the dump truck, 2 military trucks, and 4 SUVs. It was Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. Well done. He was sitting on a crudely made wooden bench and gave a short answer to Kim Soo-ji's words. He did not turn his gaze to her. Kim Soo-ji looked down at him silently without turning around. Kim Tae-hoon finally spoke up. If you have something to say, say it. May I know what your rank is? It's Major. Ah. Kim Soo-ji nodded, unsurprised at his words. Major. She didn't know his age. However, Kim Tae-hoon did not look very old, around the early 30s, so she was surprised. The rank of major in the Korean army is that of a soldier who takes an elite course within the shortest period of time possible. Moreover, it is the best elite course ever, where he has been promoted without a single stop. If someone took such an elite course, his name would be known early in the military. She bet if Kim Tae-hoon did normal activities as an officer, he would never have become a major. In other words, all the activities Kim Tae-hoon had done so far are not normal. Excuse me, can you tell me who you served under? I served under Major General Chang Young-sung, and it's meaningless to ask further. What do you mean, it's meaningless? There will be no official documents to find and read. No matter what I say, there is no evidence to prove I exist. I don't care about the evidence. When Kim Soo-ji kept pressing, Kim Tae-hoon raised his head and looked at her. He could see her eyes were determined. I do not think that Brigadier General Kim Jae-ryong would tell a good story about Major General Jang Young-sung. Her grandfather, Brigadier General Kim Jae-ryong, would know full well the role of Major General Chang Young-sung. That's why he must have warned his granddaughter, don't get involved with Major General Chang Young-sung in any way. Nevertheless, she asked the questions. It meant that she was fully prepared. Kim Soo-ji was a model of a woman soldier who thought it was a sin to ask questions to her boss. Therefore, Kim Tae-hoon told her about his affiliation. A secret unit created to assassinate or destroy the factors or groups that threaten the nation. The unit that doesn't even have a name is my affiliation. And that brief explanation was enough to guess what Kim Tae-hoon has been doing as a soldier. At the same time, she could fully guess that Kim Tae-hoon was a member of such a secret special unit and had a rank that did not fit his age. It was evidence of his outstanding activities beyond active duty. In addition, Kim Soo-ji could understand the meaning of the warning that her grandfather gave. Thank you for telling me. He closed his eyes without answering. When he closed his eyes, he remembered the faces that had just come up with, the faces he could only remember now. They spoke to him. You must survive, at least you must survive, the boss should survive, and at least you will survive. Kim Tae-hoon swallowed a bitter smile at the words. I didn't become a soldier to survive, but from a certain moment surviving became my sole purpose. Kim Tae-hoon talked, swallowing a bitter smile. Is that the end of the questions? Kim Soo-ji seemed to think this was an opportunity, and immediately asked another question. Why did you organize a private organization called a clan? You could act in the name of the army. If I work in the name of the army, I cannot go hunting monsters without ignoring the people and the nation. Of course, if I look at what the ROK military has done in the meantime, it will not be a big flaw if I go kill monsters in the name of the military. Kim Tae-hoon did not add that as he violated the spirit of the military to live, he could call it a real desire to keep living. Even if he did not add that, the meaning would be enough. Boss. An uninvited guest appeared. Jang Sung-hoon appeared, and Kim Soo-ji looked at him with a sullen expression. The sudden appearance of an uninvited guest, and the title Jang Sung-hoon used for Kim Tae-hoon, seemed to be unsatisfactory to her. Can I make a suggestion? Jang Sung-hoon asked directly, without paying much attention to Kim Soo-ji. Can I use the monster skin to make a guard? Kim Tae-hoon managed to look surprised. I didn't think of it. I was just talking to the other soldiers. The world has changed like a game, and I have been told that we can make items from monsters. In the game, we make items with monsters, so we wondered if it would work in reality. We want to try making a protector with monster skin. It was a ridiculous idea. No, what is it? Kim Soo-ji tried to spit out a denial reflexively because it was so ridiculous. But Kim Tae-hoon's thoughts were different. The black orc skin was very tough and strong. The strength of monsters was not the same as the strength of the beasts that humanity had already met. Their skin was strong enough to hold stop bullets. That was why it was meaningful. Even if we look at human history, it was a serious idea. Humanity was weak, and its weakness had been reinforced by the strong parts of other animals. With the poison of poisonous creatures, the skin of beasts with tough hides, and the ivory of fierce beasts with sharp teeth, they made tools and weapons, and they eventually survived. It was not strange that the source was changed to a monster, but it is natural that mankind must choose to survive. What tools do you need? To be honest, we can't make even a pair of clumsy shoes with the tools we have now. But there's an Ojungdong industrial complex right in front of the base, and if we have the materials, we could build a nuclear bomb. We can get there on foot in about 20 minutes from the base. The tools were enough. What about a craftsman? All that remained were the craftsmen. Is there anyone with gold spoons in the army who don't have oil on their hands and who only spend all their money? The army is for the people who come to work hard and have oil on their hands. It would be strange if there were no craftsmen from the factory, and if not, there would be survivors in the industrial complex, and they will be able to help us. Kim Tae-hoon stood up, nodding his head. I guess it's not yet time for bed. 5. Making clothes using animal skin was not something they could do overnight. The skinning process required highly skilled techniques and sophisticated tools, and a considerable amount of time, as well as the equivalent of technology in medicine, to dry the skin even after it was peeled off. Of course, it was impossible to make a protector with the monster skin in a short time. Kim Tae-hoon also did not intend to leave the base immediately. It was necessary to move together, and above all, the armor made with goblin skin was not proven to be urgently needed. They need to assess the utility value of goblin skin. Pook. How about that? Where there are about 3 layers, a knife doesn't get through. 3 overlapping sheets would be fairly thick, and I don't think that's going to get a goblin tooth on it. But if we overlap 3 sheets, we can't move because it's too heavy. Our main weapon is a gun, isn't it? Wouldn't it be all right if we could aim? Honestly, this is better than a bulletproof suit. Anyway, the monsters won't shoot. Kim Tae-hoon tested those things with his soldiers, how tough the crudely peeled goblin skin was, and how much unprocessed goblin skin was needed for armor. In the meantime, it was none other than On Sunmi who made a valid item. It's a medicine pill that combines the horn of the hobgoblin, the flesh of the mud troll, and therapy water made by a glass of therapy. On Sunmi showed off a pill of bottle cap size and took a picture of it with a smartphone camera. Effect. Resistance to fear increases slightly. Recovery ability is slightly increased. Concentration is slightly improved during battle. Pain decreases slightly. Health is consumed quickly. On Sunmi made an item using the materials from monsters Kim Tae-hoon's clan had acquired so far. What a useful item. It's better than I thought. When dealing with monsters, guns were a very powerful weapon. With a well-armed single platoon, they could handle 100 monsters, if they were trained and commanded well. The problem is that when monsters such as Black Orc and Mud Troll appeared, they caused fear when they screamed. Even awakeners stiffened up as soon as they were exposed to the fear. This fear was not something which could be mentally resisted. The energy rank was important. If the energy rank was high, the fear could be ignored, endured, or recovered from quickly. Therefore, no matter how large an army was organized, if the average person had a low energy rank, or did not have such a thing, they'd be taken out instantly. It was one of the biggest reasons why Kim Tae-hoon was wary of the monsters. In such a situation, the pills made by On Sunmi were light and salt. What if this pill gave awakeners and the average person tolerance, resistance, and recovery against the fear? It depends on the effectiveness, but the tactics and firepower available would be greatly increased if the average soldiers or the low-ranking awakeners could resist the fear. Of course, for a more powerful medicinal effect, a more powerful monster had to be caught, and clinical trials required confirming the effect according to the dose, and whether there were any side effects. It is clear that On Sunmi had done a great deal of work. You've made a new medicine, you name it. Yes. We'll have to make a lot of similar things in the future, and we'll need names to sort them out. I know, well, but I'm a doctor. The answer to such a proposal came from the mouth of another person. I'd call it Sunmi Dan after your name, and it's intuitive and good, isn't it? Do you want to die? On Sunmi looked at Bang Hyun-wook, who was talking bullsh *t. Bang Hyun-wook turned his attention to Kim Tae-hoon to avoid her eerie gaze. Big brother, wouldn't it be better for us to name our clan than the name of this medicine now? Or do you have a name already? At the question, Kim Tae-hoon rubbed his chin. He didn't think about that part. What Kim Tae-hoon needed was not the name of the clan, but rather the clothes he should wear, instead of an army uniform. But as Bang Hyun-wook said, he could not just say, clan, without a name. A name was very important for any force. I have a good name because I learned some Chinese characters, and the light illuminates the road light, how about it? It's a bit weird. On Sunmi shot it down immediately. So, sister, do you have a good name? Just naming a cigarette would be better than that crap. Marlboro Clan. On Sunmi turned her head as if she did not even want to deal with Bang Hyun-wook anymore. The two were apparently quarreling brothers and sisters. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon also ignored Bang Hyun-wook's words. At least, it was clear that Bang Hyun-wook's suggestions would never help name the clan. In the end, Kim Tae-hoon asked for help from someone with the most literary and archaeological knowledge in the clan. Clan's name? I've forged someone else's name, but it's the first time I named a clan. Wouldn't it be bad luck for a human who has forged art to make a name for a clan? Jang Sung-hoon laughed at Kim Tae-hoon's request. So, what do you want? Which one is better? Normally, these battle groups are named after a mythical animal. Three-legged crow, hatch, mac, and even the four mythical animals are childish but surprisingly fine. I like the vermilion bird, the vermilion bird. What are its characteristics? When you're naming, it's best to remember and say it easily, because it's all about meaning. At his words, Kim Tae-hoon picked a word that didn't worry him. Mac. The word he chose was mac. What is the characteristics of mac, a mythical animal? It's different from country to country, but it's usually known as a mythical animal which eats nightmares. Mac clan, that's not bad. So where is the next destination of our Mac clan? Are we going to the industrial complex, or? We're going to Bucheon Stadium tomorrow morning. The next destination of the Mac clan was Bucheon Stadium, where the Bao Museum was located. A car that had been blocking the road fell into the ditch by the road with a crash of metal. Its nose crumpled loudly. If the owner had seen it, he would have been mortified. I can't believe that there are so many cars in the small country. Oh, God. The person doing this was angry rather than reflective. What was more surprising was that the cars he had not knocked down the side of the road were not one or two. Hundreds of cars were being sent into the ditches, some cars slamming into one another quite loudly. Bang Hyun-wook turned his head, looked at what he had done and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Jang Sung-hoon, who had just sent a car into the ditch, said to him, "You're very strong. It thanks to jewels of strength and energy. If I made my professional debut right now, I would hit 100 home runs. Yes, I really hope you make your professional debut. If the car owners here later see you in the black boxes and claim damages, you'll either file for bankruptcy or go to the major league and hit the jackpot. Please, I hope that a world like that will come back." I agree. Jang Sung-hoon once again looked at the crowd of cars on the road with his words. I've done all sorts of bad things to get one of these, and now they are like garbage, he mused to himself. Among them, there was one expensive enough to whistle at the moment Jang Sung-hoon saw it. Boss. Boss. Jang Sung-hoon shouted at Kim Tae-hoon, who was marking a car to push off onto the side of the road ahead of them. Boss, that's a Cayenne. A Porsche Cayenne. He saw Kim Tae-hoon trying to mark an X shape with a red oil pen on the back glass of Cayenne, an SUV made by Porsche. It's worth at least $100,000. For reference, the price of a new Porsche Cayenne was $100,000 without any option. Adding options, it could be worth up to twice that. At least it was a too much valuable car to put in the ditch, and at the same time, Porsche was a car maker that could make the man's heart burn. Of course, that was Jang Sung-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon did not even look up at the cry, and immediately pushed the back of the car lightly. Confirming it was in neutral, he immediately looked at the back of the car. He painted it in his mind. A picture of a huge intangible wall pushing the car away. A picture of a car moving slowly toward the ditch. The image in his mind became a reality. The car moved on its own and started to go down the ditch. The expensive car went down into the ditch and slammed into the back of another car already there. Bang! Watching the car like he was losing a lover, Jang Sung-hoon spat out a sigh. If I could just drive that thing once. Taehoon brother is the one who beat an orc with a Mercedes when he caught it, so it's nothing. There's a difference between Mercedes and Porsche. Different? Aren't their prices similar? It's not the price, but the romance. The romance. Kim Tae-hoon shot a look at the two of them. Huck. Oh, my God. Jang Sung-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook became dumb. The meaning was clear, shut up and get back to work. After seeing they had shut up, the gaze moved past them. He saw the road they had come up was like a graveyard of cars, the dump truck that was slowly moving up the road, and the cars that followed it were like ducklings chasing the mother duck. He could also see the soldiers filling the scene. Hey, watch out, watch out. I'm sorry. Move the dead body carefully, and even if you can't do a funeral, you have to use at least a little courtesy. I understand. It's a happy thing to deal with the dead, it's proof that you lived. Some of the soldiers were working on moving the dead bodies to the side of the road and covering their faces with jumpers. Monster stone collection is finished. 10 quotas is finished. Can I have a cigarette? Yes, I've filled 10. Let's smoke together. The other soldiers were working on finding the monster bodies and then grabbing the monster stones by cracking their chests open. There was a puff of smoke between the jobs. Kim Tae-hoon sighed briefly as he watched the scene. I'm glad there's less noise than I thought. January 2nd. At the end of the day, which was like an eternity, Kim Tae-hoon and his newly minted men of the Mac clan, left the 1121 unit at the moment the sun rose and began marching toward the Bucheon Stadium. The march was not so long. The distance was about 5 kilometers, and even if you walked, it was only an hour to reach it. However, the Mac clan, who had left the unit at 7 a.m., arrived at the Bucheon Stadium station near Bucheon Stadium at 2 p.m., just past the middle of the day. They had to arrange the road so that the vehicles carrying the weapons could move, including the dump trucks carrying the weapons. There were few monster raids. It was a task that took a lot of time. Getting rid of the cars which had lost their owners filling the streets by shoving them to the side also it took a lot of time, and it was not an easy job to deal with cars that were tangled up by traffic accidents if they didn't have Kim Tae-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook. But it was a task that had to be done. Anyway, we have secured a road that links the stadium station with the military base. Now the dump truck wasn't just a truck, but an arsenal with a lot of weapons, and a powerful weapon that allowed them to gain the height advantage in the battle with monsters. Securing a road for such a dump truck to move was now the most important thing for the Mac clan. Moreover, the road was supposed to be used as a way out at an emergency moment, so organizing the road stupidly was just like dealing with their lives stupidly. Living in an apartment or a building is dangerous. If we decide where to live, we'd better go to a military base or Bucheon Stadium. It was also important to dispose of the bodies of the dead. The place where a body sleeps becomes a tomb, but the place where it is scattered becomes hell. The difference was huge. Organized bodies would be a sign of order still remaining in a world that seemed to be nearing the end. There. What is it? What happened? The smoke is thick over there. It looks like there's a fire. Isn't that a general fire, with that much smoke? It's an apartment complex over there, isn't it? Everyone's eyes turned to the smoke of the distant apartment complex. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes also turned. Now this is the beginning. That performance that everyone is looking at is why we need a trace of order. The cause of the smoke was obvious. Smoke would not be generated without fire in the chimney, so there is no smoke without fire, isn't there? It was a fire. The cause of the fire was obvious. What happened to the fire? Currently, the temperature was -10 degrees Celsius, but the wind was blowing, rather than the temperature is rising. In this cold winter, no electricity or gas was being supplied. In the end, we will have to use the old-fashioned methods that mankind used to endure in the cold. I'm sure they set a fire to melt themselves, and if there were no fire in this weather, they'd freeze to death. Of course, they would have set a fire. Naturally, if they had had common sense, they would have come out of the building and brought out something like a drum, or a large-scale cooking oil, and put some firewood into the fire. But some of them, without common sense, would have been burning in their house using portable gas burners and portable butane heaters, and this was not a world that rewarded a lack of common sense. The problem is that there were no firefighters to dispatch even if they called 911. Maybe we just have to wait until the fire goes out unless it rains. But it won't rain in this weather. If it rains, it would be even more astonishing. What happens when the apartment complex is on fire and spreads around? Well, the world that people had built was as easy to burn as matchboxes. I don't know what will happen, but I'm sure there's no way to do anything. It's creepy. In fact, this applied not to just monster attacks, but also disasters such as earthquakes. Experts say that when a disaster like a major earthquake occurs, there would often be more deaths from secondary disasters such as fires in the infrastructure that had collapsed, than the deaths caused by the disaster. The real trouble is now beginning. It would be monsters, not people, who would be most excited in such confusion. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon's head went back. To his eyes, this was a desolate road filled with vehicles. But his other senses said that the desolation was false. The sense of the hobgoblin told Kim Tae-hoon that there was a strong being near him. "Prepare for battle," Kim Tae-hoon shouted. Oh wow. After Kim Tae-hoon's cry, an eerie howling that made their legs tremble echoed around them. A woo-woo. A werewolf, with gray hair, a huge physique over 2 meters tall, howled at the sky. It sounded like a typhoon. It was not a simple sound. At the same time, it was not the sound of a wolf being lonely. Howling was also an order, a wolf's cry for his pack. Aw. Ayo. Of course, the howling of wolves followed the call of the werewolf. They saw them coming, they were wolves running on 4 feet, unlike the werewolf. Of course, it was nothing like a wild wolf. Excluding the tail, they were 2 meters long, gray-furred, but they had huge heads, red eyes, and a pair of massive fangs, like a saber-toothed tiger. A saber-toothed wolf. As soon as the werewolf's howl exploded out, about 20 saber-toothed wolves, who had been quietly approaching their prey, began to race down the road full of cars. At the end of the rush, there was a dump truck. Of course, the dump truck was not the target. The purpose of the rushing wolves was the soldiers of Mac clan, who lifted their heads with guns in the back of the dump truck. The soldiers' purpose was also the saber-toothed wolves. Start firing. The battle began with the order of Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji to start firing. The first attack was from the gunmen, they naturally had range. The shots rampaged through the bodies of the charging wolves. A painful cry came from the mouths of the wolves hit by the gunshots. But that was all. The shooting did not stop them at all. It was not a lack of gun power. God damn it, damn it, damn it. My hands, stop trembling, please stop. The reason was that the hands of the soldiers pulling the triggers were shaking like people with palsy. The reason for the tremor was, of course, the howling of the werewolf. The typhoon-like cry was strength and wings for the saber-toothed wolves, and a handcuff and shackle for enemies facing the fear. If it was not for the pills made by On Sunmi, it would not have been easy to pull the trigger if they had not taken the pill in advance. Ting ting ting. Ting ting ting. The F** King cars. What the F** CK? The cars, which filled the road here, also earned curses from the soldiers. Even Kim Tae-hoon could not hit the moving wolves with his trembling hands as they ran between the cars. For saber-toothed wolves approached the dump truck and were not going to stop. They were going to jump on it and throw themselves into the back of it. Kim Soo-ji's order prevented their expectations. Explode! Explode! 2 short words. At her shout, the hundreds of beads from the installed claymore blew out. In front of the inhumane weapon, the saber-toothed wolves had no choice but to whimper. Even that was the last sound, for the saber-toothed wolves with holes all over them didn't even have time to breathe again before they died. Aw! The werewolf, who had seen the sight, once again started howling. The howling was stronger, more intense, and angrier than before. Ayo! At the howling, the saber-toothed wolves also lifted their muzzles and began to howl, too. A bizarre force began to swirl around the battlefield. It was not a vague feeling. It was like casting a spell. Just like a memorized spell becomes magic. That bizarre power was in the eyes of the saber-toothed wolves, and they began to inflate their power and fury. At that moment the werewolf's howling suddenly stopped. Oop! 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 The werewolf tried to continue the howling, but its mouth did not open. It was just like someone had chained the werewolf's mouth shut. Oop! Oop! The situation had to be very confusing from the point of view of the werewolf. A water balloon flew toward the werewolf, a precise parabola, and hit the eyeballs of the werewolf exactly. It exploded without mercy and doused it with black liquid. Oop! After the liquid hit, the werewolf closed its eyes tightly and began to struggle painfully. It was a natural response. It would have been strange if it didn't try to escape or struggle from the pain. The liquid, which was mixed with poisons such as gasoline, pesticides, and agricultural chemicals, various kinds of perfumes to give a bad smell, and plenty of red pepper powder, had gotten into its eyes and nose. Yes. Bang Hyun-wook, who had thrown the water bomb so precisely, shouted with his fist clenched at the fact. That is the pitching of Bang Hyun-wook, the third starter of Bucheon High School. I'm a pitcher who won a complete game in the Phoenix League. The complete game in the Phoenix League. 11 strikeouts. Kershaw of Bucheon High School. At his cry, the werewolf turned toward him, rubbing its eyes. At that moment, the force pressing on the werewolf's mouth disappeared. Its mouth opened as if it were ripping apart. Through its mouth, all the anger it had seeped out. Kohung. Kim Tae-hoon appeared at that moment, while Bang Hyun-wook grabbed the iron stick in his hand like a baseball bat at the werewolf's cry. Kim Tae-hoon had moved behind the werewolf while it was looking at Bang Hyun-wook, and now shot calmly. Bullets drove into its backside. 100% accuracy. Of the 7 shots, not a single bullet missed its body. However, the werewolf did not fall. Even though it was shot in the head, it didn't fall to its knees or even make a noise. It's tough. It was evidence of tough skin, strong and thick bones, and crazy vitality. The werewolf's skin will be useful. Of course, it was not a special consideration for Kim Tae-hoon. The scary thing about the gun is that the countdown started as soon as it was hit. When the bleeding begins, and the joints and muscles are damaged, they do not move properly. Moreover, the senses of the werewolf were not normal now. The chemical weapons made by Kim Tae-hoon were more effective than the use of trivial materials. So Kim Tae-hoon was more relaxed and shot a bullet more accurately into the body of the werewolf. His telekinesis also interfered with its movements. In the eyes of Kim Tae-hoon, the werewolf, seen beyond the barber of a gun attached to the body, was no different from a scarecrow whose arms and legs were tied to a huge chain. Ah! At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon's sense issued a warning. Feeling the tingle, Kim Tae-hoon turned his gaze to the left and saw a saber-toothed wolf flying at him like it had springs, with its huge jaws open and oversized fangs spread wide. It seemed impossible for Kim Tae-hoon to avoid the attack of the wolf, which had almost reached him. He did not avoid it. Rather, he thrust his right fist at the mouth of the wolf, the fist covered by iron-black skin. There was a crack as his fist broke the saber tooth of the wolf. After punching through the roof of its mouth, his fist drove into its brain in a messy spray. Big brother, be careful. Bang Hyun-wook's surprise warning reached him after Kim Tae-hoon's fist alone had killed a saber-toothed wolf. You don't have to. Bang Hyun-wook's surprised cry ended with a low murmur. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon did not listen to the cry. Kim Tae-hoon was alert while lifting his rifle again, and immediately after confirming that there was no sign of another saber-toothed wolf, he planted all the bullets left in the magazine into the werewolf's body. At the end of the last shot, Kim Tae-hoon exchanged magazine and shouted. Start fighting. Exterminate the enemy. Kim Tae-hoon's energetic cry became a typhoon and shook the battlefield. 3. Werewolf's Crystal. Strength rank will increase when ingested. Health rank will increase when ingested. Defense rank skill will increase when ingested. Energy rank skill will increase when ingested. Werewolf's power, howling, can be acquired when ingested. Howling, are you going to shout, howl, before you fight? Bang Hyun-wook, who was checking the contents of the spoils obtained by killing the werewolf through a smartphone photo, imagined Kim Tae-hoon howling out and laughed. But it was only he who was laughing about it. The soldiers of the Mak clan, who were gathered around the campfire near the dump truck, could not afford to laugh at the trembling that had not yet stopped for everyone, even Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. The werewolf's fear was much more intense than they thought. When the cold weather was added to it, the effect was doubled. Are you all right? Bang Hyun-wook threw a worried question to Jang Sung-hoon, who was sitting near him. He shook his trembling head. No, are you alright? I'm hot. Hot. The energy is like chi, but once it's heated, it doesn't cool easily, and it still wriggles in my gut. I feel my guts wriggling, damn it. The two saw Kim Tae-hoon walking toward them. He had come back after searching for monsters around the Bao Museum. All those who were around the fire rose from their seats at the appearance of Kim Tae-hoon. Jang Sung-hoon and An Sun-mi. Kim Tae-hoon called out to two of them who had stood up. The two named nodded. There was no reason to question about it because it had already been agreed upon. Whether it was a relic or not, it could be seen by taking a picture with a smartphone, but he had no skill to find hidden relics. So it was natural to bring along Jang Sung-hoon, who had the ability, and An Sun-mi, who had already found the first relic. Lieutenant Kim Tsu-ji commands the clan. Bang Hyun-wook, when I'm not here, you're the captain of the assault team. Instead of answering, Bang Hyun-wook made a clumsy salute. Kim Tae-hoon looked at Bang Hyun-wook shortly and then headed back to the museum with An Sun-mi and Jang Sung-hoon in tow. 4. Bucheon Bao Museum. Located next to Bucheon Stadium, there were various kinds of bows, arrows and quivers, and Bao-related items displayed in full view. There was no light, so it was rather hard to see. Cameras flashed all over the museum, a scene that would normally only scare a museum official. There was something really frightening about it now. Okay. A man in the dark broke the glass that stored the goods with a hammer. The sound of glass breaking was pretty loud. Just like the thieves said, the sound is really great. It's addictive. With those words, a hand appeared suddenly through the broken glass. It picked up one of the arrows on display. What did you find? What is it? As one of them pulled out the goods, the two, a man and a woman, gathered beside the man. Jang Sung-hoon showed them a smartphone instead of answering them. Sun-sin 0. Relic grade, grade 4. Relic value, rare. Relic effect, the arrow has the power of a great admiral. The penetrating force of the arrow increases with energy rank. Grade 4, rare. They saw more amazing words than they expected. However, it was not about the grade, value, or effect of the relic that Kim Tae-hoon and An Sun-mi saw. Sun-sin 0. Wait a minute, if it's Sun-sin. Sun-sin. There was only one great admiral with this name in the history of the Republic of Korea. Does it mean Admiral Lee Sun-sin? Kim Tae-hoon did not answer An Sun-mi's question. He couldn't. At this point, the answer was beyond his capacity. Lee Sun-sin. Is it possible that such a valuable relic is in this museum? The answer came, of course, from Jang Sung-hoon. Jang Sung-hoon looked at the arrow in his hand and said, it's probably true. Only such an arrow that Admiral Lee Sun-sin shot would be in the museum. Jang Sung-hoon continued to look at the arrow and arrowhead in the light of the smartphone. It's just common sense, asking who would take the arrow shot by an admiral of the Joseon dynasty. As a great man like Admiral Lee Sun-sin would shoot, someone would pick it up and keep it as a family treasure or amulet, so that it will remain in shape after centuries. No, I mean, such a treasure is in a little museum like this. Jang Sung-hoon gave a laugh at the word treasure. This arrow cannot be a treasure, and if it is not an arrow made symbolically, it will be a consumable. There must be more than 10,000 arrows shot by Admiral Lee Sun-sin during his lifetime. The arrows are recyclable. However, there's no name tag and it's not a treasure. The value of a treasure in this world depends on who pays for it. The truth doesn't matter, but the story is different now. Jang Sung-hoon laughed. Look at this, the arrowhead that is flashing like it was made just now. The arrowhead during the Japanese invasions of Imjin did not have any rust on it. This must be a clue that it turned into a relic. It's not just its ability that has changed, but its appearance. Otherwise, it's not going to be that good unless it was made of gold. At that moment, Jang Sung-hoon stopped talking. The smile on his lips was gone, too. Kim Tae-hoon and On Sunmi cocked their heads at his appearance. At the same time, they waited patiently for Jang Sung-hoon to start talking. Wait. It didn't take him long to recover. There is a place to go now. We have to go there. I want you to sort out what you want to say, exactly where we are going, and why we should go. There's a European pottery museum. Inside Bucheon Stadium, there's a European pottery museum, it is in there. What is there? On Sunmi urged him. A glass of champagne. A glass of champagne? On Sunmi repeated, and Kim Tae-hoon frowned. In response to such a reaction, Jang Sung-hoon swallowed, and spoke the words echoing in his mind, a golden glass of champagne used by Emperor Napoleon. He swallowed again in the silence following his words. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.